afterwards. Because otherwise,
Sounds like you're live.
Jim Jordan, can you hear us? Chris Mern, can you hear us?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Hi. And you know where the raise your hand tool is?
Yes.
Awesome. And please remember to put your hand down after you've been called on.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you. Jim Jordan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. And you know where the raise your hand tool is?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Caller, could you identify yourself, please? Call-in user, can you identify yourself, please? Okay.
It's okay? All right, what about now? Okay, so I will. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the July 8th, 2020 meeting. I'm Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call the meeting to order at 1:07 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Nichelle Bonaparte, Jim Hayden, and PJ Henningsen, all of whom are present in the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating virtually include Chris Barth, Jessica Heineman, Jim Jordan, Damon Rumsch, Chris Muirn, and Jill Walker. Also present are Christy Herbst, Cindy Kohanik, Candace Leidy, Andrea Leslie Fite, Linda Keish, and Candy Thomas. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a hybrid approach with an in-person quorum of the commission along with a remote electronic platform. As this is a first for the commission, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There might be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to submit a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit as the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed during today's meeting by visiting the HDC web page. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the hybrid meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be followed. 1, please mute your audio when you're not speaking. 2, use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. 3, make sure you are in a quiet area. 4, please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. 5, please use the raise your hand tool. 6, please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the hybrid nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. Then the commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. Next, the applicant presents their testimony for the application. Then other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC guidelines. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be opened for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. And then finally, a final roll call vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? Okay, let's get started.
Madam Chairwoman,
Yes.
just wanted to remind all of the commissioners that we are being streamed live on YouTube at this time. And so it is very important that you speak clearly in order for the public to hear, in order for commissioners in the room to hear. And also, again, be mindful that we are being streamed live and to minimize distractions in your space during this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kim. I would like to make an announcement that there are 3 cases on today's agenda that have been deferred or withdrawn by the applicants. They are case number 1, 821 Walnut Avenue, case number 11, 308 West Kingston Avenue, and case number 15, 336 Settlers Lane.
332.
332 Settlers Lane, thank you. With case number 1 being deferred, we're going to start with 1911 South Mid Street, case number 2. This was continued from the February meeting for a further study just on the windows on the kitchen and the front left corner. And at this point, the applicant has joined us via video due to exposure to the virus. And we welcome Angie Lauer to start presenting on the case. Angie, are you there?
I am, thank you, Commission. So this was the front porch fenestration study that was requested in February. And
Angie?
yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
Cannot hear Angie. Angie, can you take yourself off mute?
Yes, I can. Muting, okay. Can you hear me?
She's speaking.
Can you hear me?
Hey, this is Jim Jordan. I can hear you on.
Okay.
Madam Chairwoman, before she begins her testimony, if we would just acknowledge in the record that she did it because we weren't able to see those folks who were affirming their oath, if we could just re-acknowledge the oath before the testimony begins so that it is clear to everyone viewing the live stream.
Sure.
Thank
I
you.
will. Thank you.
Yes, I acknowledge the oath.
Christy, this is Candace. Can you hear us?
Thanks for being patient.
Christy, can you hear me now?
Okay, so apparently there are technical difficulties and everyone on their end and on video chat can hear Angie and can hear us, but we are having problems receiving audio in this room. So I would ask for a 5-minute break so I can go and figure out with IT why we don't have sound.
Okay, perfect.
Thank
So
you.
we're going to take a 5-minute break while we work out some IT issues.
Okay.
Thank you.
here.
Alrighty, I'll need the keyboard for a second.
Okay, yes, sir.
You mind if I stop sharing?
Okay, you're awesome. Thank you so much. So are we, can they hear us and we can hear them and we're good? Okay. Testing, can you hear us?
Christy, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your patience. I am going to start sharing the presentation again. Okay, Angie, let's try this again. Are you there?
I am here and I accepted the oath. So my answer was yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, Angie, you're up.
Okay, thank you. And this is all new for everybody, so I appreciate your patience as well. Back in January, we were asked to study the front fenestration patterns for the enclosed front porch and come up with a variety of options, and discussed with staff and looked at a variety of previously approved porches that had been enclosed throughout the district, which were Dilworth, I believe Plaza Midwood, and one other place. Christy, I believe you have those examples in front of you. And so the fenestration patterns were basically two options. One was full view, or the other was the 6/6 light patterns that were on the house, although in a different proportion. These are going to be taller windows. As you see before you, these are examples of porches that have been enclosed in a variety of methods and techniques. The previous slide, Christy, was one in Plaza Midwood, which is the bottom left of your screen, where they had casement windows with transoms. The Dilworth Animal Hospital, which I know is under renovation right now, but they also enclosed a front porch with windows. The lower right is also a Dilworth enclosed porch on East Boulevard. So basically a demonstration that porches can be enclosed and in a variety of methods. So if we just jump to the two options that we have come up with, and this is also based on staff's dialogue back and forth, but there you go. So the 6/6 is the light pattern that is throughout the house. And then the option 1, which is full view casements, still maintaining a window in the closet, which is that dotted line that you see right to, Christy, if you can point to that, between the window, the larger windows, there you go. That's an interior wall that's existing. And so the difficulty was trying to create the patterns that worked both inside and out. The upper right corner is what we had proposed in January, and it did not, they were shorter windows. They were just not approved. So that's it. I won't make this complicated. It is truly about the fenestration patterns on the front porch.
So do we have any party wishing to speak for or against this application? No?
Yes.
Did I hear yes or no?
Right.
I believe we have at least one speaker,
If they
which
would,
Yeah.
their name and their address.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah.
Hello?
So applicant, or there's someone we understand who
It's
wants
not
to
so
speak.
much of.
Sorry, there's someone who's looking to speak for or against this application. Can you please state your name and address, and whether or not you've been sworn in? This will get.
Christy, I believe we've lost, we do not have anybody to speak on this case at this time. Thank you.
Okay. All right, HDC commissioners. Questions of the applicant? Anyone?
Hey, PJ Henningsen here. A couple questions. Just to confirm, we're asking questions on the front porch, the windows, the siding, and the addition, correct?
No, just the fenestration.
Everything was approved except for the fenestration on this front left corner
Got it.
and the front porch right here. Everything else has been approved.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Angie. Thank you.
Yep.
Do you have questions, further questions, PJ?
No.
I have a question. So I was just looking, and I know, Angie, you provided precedent for this type of window in other districts. And one of the things we talk about is making sure that we are looking at the street and looking at the neighborhood, because each of these districts have, you know, their own feel. And American small houses usually have traditional windows or picture windows. Can you explain why you chose these casement windows in lieu of that?
Yeah, so we actually were showing two options, Kim. So one is the casement window, which we will absolutely accept for full view. And the other is the 6/6 pattern as option 2. So we did discuss with staff, and basically the 6/6 window is more in keeping, as you had suggested, I believe, in the January or February meeting, if I'm not mistaken, you can correct me, was to look at patterns that were already on the house and that they could be taller, while the owner is really wanting a more full view to have a more open feel of the front porch. But because it's actually heated square footage, it is not a porch at all. And it's got finishes, hardwood floors, you know, insulation. So it is a heated room. So the pattern and the style of the window, the owner is really accepting either or. So I don't know if that answers your question,
That
Kim.
totally answers my question. Thanks, Angie.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Barth, Commissioner Barth.
Yeah, Christy, I was wondering if you could scroll back up to Andrew's examples of houses in the neighborhood or the districts. I think, you know, if you do the full light windows, you know, I would, you know, something that Jill said, I believe, I'd probably steer away from a casement and just do a picture window. The one thing that I would mention here is, and I don't know if any other commissioners agree, that, having essentially header to floor windows, which I believe they've done here, is something that we typically don't see on these infill porches. Usually you see window sills at either railing height or something like that. So I'd encourage that. I think it could be a lower sill height than, say 36 inches or 30 inches, but having a full height window in that space just seems a little, not speaking to the vernacular of this type of consideration where we're going from a porch to an enclosed porch. I would say if you do, make those windows a little smaller, the 6/6 may work in that instance.
May I respond?
Please.
Okay, so the previous submission had them shorter. And the first submission that we had with this project, so this, Christy, if you scroll down, I believe, to the, right there. So they were taller, but what was missing was the little window on the porch. So the January submission had them at 20 inches, I believe, off the floor, finished floor. And I want to say the direction that I believed the commission was leaning was to make them, if we were going to make them an enclosed porch, go bigger. So I apologize if I misunderstood that.
So if I can respond to that as well, I think, or, unless I'm misunderstanding, the overall consensus from the last meeting is that the windows in the first submission looked like they were inside a wall, and part of it, and it looks like you've sort of addressed it here. And my second part of this question may be if you can address how you've treated the corners, because it looks like you've sort of articulated some columns on the corners of the that bump out there. So I think, depending on, because it's kind of a asymmetrical design in that sort of aspect, having the windows with the higher sill height but no articulation of it being an enclosed porch or that sort of thing, it kind of gets lost as being an infill porch. But I mean, I'm sort of on the fence about the sill height, but I think that would help. I don't know if anybody else has any comments.
Again, if I may respond, yes, we did articulate the corners. We have less siding and alt trim to assume what the corners could have been versus just a trim board. So they are larger in the current submission. If we need to, these are 6 foot tall windows. If we need to shorten them slightly, we most certainly can. If that is the case, I know that I would ask if it could be a staff approved issue, because the house has been under construction since February and somewhat exposed to the elements. So, and it's now July, so I would ask for a little bit of leeway if you would consider that. If we do need to shorten them 6 inches, we certainly can. They were 4'6" before. Now they're 6 feet. So if there's a small concession, I would ask that. And we are okay with either style, whether it is a full view casement or a double hung 6/6.
Okay, thank you. Christy, would you be able to go over the details if we chose to do the casement windows and take them from 6 feet back to 4 feet 6 inches? Would staff be able to approve that?
Yes, just give me very specific direction on what I am approving.
Okay, all right, Angie. Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, we have Commissioner Runch.
Hi, thank you. Christy, would you show the existing photograph of the house? That's a drawing. I think there's also a photograph.
There's the existing drawing and then the photograph.
Yep, there. Okay, so I think the only reason, it seems to me the only reason we're considering this is because this porch has already been enclosed and it looks like some kind of incongruous addition that was kind of added, even though it was a porch enclosure, I think. So if you go back to the proposal in front of us, the 3 pictures of existing and the 2 options, or the different proposals. My comment is this: I think that the enclosure needs an improvement, definitely, but the asymmetry, given the strong symmetry of the roof of the porch and the asymmetry of the windows that are going on, it just doesn't read as a porch enclosure. It looks still like an addition that was stuck on the front of the house. And my struggle is that we're dealing with an existing thing that enclosure that doesn't work, and we're considering another enclosure that also doesn't work. I don't think none of these options are really successful in terms of their fenestrations. Angie, is there any way that you could make this look more symmetrical around the gable end and make it look more, and you started to do that with some details on the corners, but is there any way that you could consider making this more like a front porch enclosure?
Yes, Damon. Originally, the owner wanted all glass in a more, and I'm going to use the word contemporary, similar homes on East Boulevard, basically floor to ceiling glass. The issue was some of the internal constraints. Where that dotted line is a wall on the inside.
I understand.
And so the balance and the symmetry, obviously we want it to be symmetrical on the gable, the timbering, the stucco that was in there, the half timbering is symmetrical to the center. And what we tried to do is if you can see the line where the vent is, the 2 windows below the vent are symmetrical, right? They're in the center of the gable. But what happens is when right there, Christy. But when you start to add to the right, where closest to where the closet is, it breaks the symmetry. We studied the elevations and tried to come up with options that allowed us to keep the wall internally, add the window, because without the window in the closet, it just looked odd, which is a January submission, which y'all commented on. Right? Christy, on the upper right-hand corner, we said that there was something missing. So we decided, okay, well, let's add one of the original windows back in the closet, because that is the size of the original window. But yeah, we could certainly add another trim detail, similar to the column on the left corner, Damon, where the dotted line is.
Well, that's true. If you were to kind of isolate the 4 windows and make them look like an enclosed porch on their own, and then add some kind of detail, maybe even a roof detail, and center that other window in that space, that may be a way to make it look like it belongs, like the outside belongs on the front of this house.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm not asking you to design it here. I just wanted to hear your comments and let you hear what I'm thinking.
Yes, again, and I asked for a little bit of leniency because of timing, but I would absolutely trim out those 4 windows to match the trim that's on the left corner. And then that alone, changing the trim board and possibly then moving the window to the center of that space, I have no problem, Damon, doing that at all. On either type of window, whether it was a casement or a double hung. And I'm not sure which way y'all are gravitating at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Heineman?
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Angie, I'm wondering, one of the things that is jumping out to me about the fenestration adjustments on this front porch, and again, with the goal being that it will read as a porch instead of having always been heated space, is actually that the column language you're using at the corners is successful. And I'm wondering if you would consider just, continuing the column language in the surround on that window in the foyer with a frame and panel, because I think it may be actually the lap siding treatment that also contributes to it appearing as if it's always been heated space when our goal is to reduce the nonconformance.
So yes, removing of the siding there, I have, again, no issues. We were trying to replace what we discovered to be some of the German lap, and then it was replaced with a Hardy. And I think we have evidence of that in the very, very first submission. So delineating and framing out the windows with a column pattern, defining the porch and using a different type of trim under that window, or remove the window in its entirety in the closet. Because it's asymmetrical. That's the whole thing. It's an asymmetrical pattern.
Would it contribute to the symmetry if there were columns at the 1/3 point and the bank of 4 windows had a column in the center? Does that make sense at all?
Okay, can you say that one more time?
Would it contribute to or help with the symmetry and balance that we're trying to achieve right where that cursor is? If there were a column there, whoever's using the cursor, that's the location. If the bank of windows was framed with columns and if there was a center column, so the original historic porch appeared as a 3-bay porch. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And that's all about trim, basically.
Right. Okay, thank you. I think you've answered my question. Just a point of clarification before we go into discussion on it, I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. This was originally an unheated porch, but it has been heated space for a very long time. And when you referenced the German lap siding, just forgive me because it's been so long since January. Did you find German lap siding on the porch enclosure? Is that something that we as a commission need to discuss, or was the German lap siding referencing a historic lap siding in a different location on the house?
The German lap siding was in a different location. It was on the back right portion of the house. And let me just say too, that the front porch, there was evidence that it was originally a stoop. And somewhere over time, they added a front porch, which then they enclosed. So there's evidence of where the brick is not tied in properly. You can see the original broken tile at the stoop. And there is evidence, which I submitted in the original submission package, where the front door was, where the doorbell was, and then somebody enclosed it, added the front porch. We're not sure when, but we do know that there's a brick line that clearly defines addition.
Thank you. That's really helpful. You've jogged my memory on it really well. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and now Commissioner Jordan.
I'll keep it quick. I agree with the comments about the symmetry being kind of broken there. I know another application in the past where they created faux windows where they...
Commissioner Jordan, I don't know if there's anything you can do about this, but you sound muffled and our court reporter is having a hard time, as well as the rest of the commission, hearing you.
I don't have a separate microphone.
Oh, that's better. That's much better, whatever you did.
Okay, well, I'm 6 inches from the computer screen now, so thanks for letting me know. Real quick, I agree with the other commissioners' comments around the symmetry or lack of it as being the concern. And just one thing that we've seen previously, which has been successful, is creating kind of faux windows and then interior having walls in front of them. You know, just kind of throwing that out for the commissioners and applicant for consideration, possibly making a fourth or window and kind of spreading them out so that there's symmetrical across the front and just covering up one of them for the closet and the interior.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Jordan. Any other questions? Let's move, let's close now and go into deliberation. All right, commissioners, what say you? I'll get it started. I'm leaning more towards the double hung than the casement windows.
I would agree with that. I also just wanted to say one other thing. The difference between the drawings and the photograph kind of confused me, and I know that it's all a perspective, but in the photograph, that front porch portion of the home is so prominent to the house that I guess I just say that we want to make sure we get it right, because it is, you know, it's just so proud of that rear front door entry portion of it. That's all.
Okay. Chris Barth, you started off talking about the windows. You want to jump in and let us know what you're thinking now?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I think Jessica and your comments are good. I agree that the double hung windows probably more suit the front facade. To Jessica's comment, I totally agree that, you know, adding some rhythm in there and perhaps, you know, creating a more column bays would certainly help. I'm not sure if that's something that we could leave to staff for that review. You know, I think shifting these windows and you know, pushing them up against those columns definitely would make a difference. And then that way, that, you know, last bay on the right seems a little more intentional to what's going on inside of the house. So, you know, I guess this is a comment directed to the applicant, but, you know, I would say too that you don't necessarily need casing to frame those windows when you have those columns. They're not going to design it for them, but that's just one thing I would say.
Okay. Commissioner Commissioner Heineman, you all also had questions / feedback. Anything you want to add now?
This is Damon. I don't think we're here yet. I think this is a too prominent building, facade, I mean, for the front of the house, for us to just allow some tweaking to a design that doesn't work, I think I agree with Jessica and with Jill and several other comments that there is a rhythm that can be developed by inserting some trim or some columns around the larger windows and centering the smaller window. But I think for us to just have this go in front of staff and let it be kind of tweaked is an injustice to the streetscape and this house. So I think it needs to come back with another study. I think they've gotten some good feedback from this discussion.
Okay. Jessica?
Hi, I don't have any follow-up comments on the design itself. I think we sort of covered it, treating it in a column and panel language with infill to handle the interior partition. The question I have maybe to staff, and that is, since scheduling is, of course, expediency is a priority given the open nature of this home, is it possible that we as a commission could get this on the consent agenda for August if staff works with the applicant, or how does that work with our guidelines, deadlines?
I'm going to turn this over to Andrea, but this is Christy, and it's my understanding that once a case is seen on a regular agenda, it cannot revert back to the consent agenda. But Andrea, anything else to add?
Nothing further to add. That's correct.
Okay, so we want to be mindful of the fact that this house is being exposed to the elements. We also want to be mindful, as Damon said, that it is, Damon and Jill said, it's a prominent part of the house. So having said that, what do you all say to Damon's comments about continuing this for another look? Agree, disagree? What are your thoughts?
This is Jim. I went by here, in review. It does seem, yeah, we're not quite there yet with the design, but I think Christy has heard what we've said. There's some things that can be done that we would all probably find acceptable. And it does seem as if we've got a situation here where, because of the extenuating circumstances of our current dilemma, we could do the house and the neighborhood a lot of good if we would allow this thing to move along. I think we ought to be able to let the staff make the decision. If Christy's comfortable, having heard what we've said as far as what kinds of solutions we think are right with, some symmetry and slightly different kinds of treatment, we could go ahead and approve it with staff having the final say so.
May I re-summarize everything I heard, just so I make sure that this is the direction, and then maybe that can form a basis for an emotion? Okay.
Sure, please.
So what I heard was we like the double hung windows, and that we need to change to a column and panel language. And the more specific direction with the mouse is right here where the pointer is would be another column. And then there would be another column on the other side where the wall is. This window would be centered, and there would be a panel below. And the window sizes would stay the same since you were adding columns to make it look more like a front porch. And no casing is needed around the windows because of the columns. Does that summarize everything?
Christy, can I add, sorry, this is Jessica, that that column and panel language would be continued on the sides of this enclosed porch, the non-brick components?
Yes, on the left side where the pointer is?
Correct, and on the right side where the front door is, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Damon, how do you feel about that?
I think it's sketchy, so I would like to see it. I understand that the house is open, but I think there are ways to protect it and give us another chance to take a look at it. So my preference would be to be able to see what we're talking about rather than making some assumptions. I also think that if you're going to put columns there, that the double hung 6/6, or I think it's 6/6 windows may be reconsidered. That maybe they should be open panels rather than, or casements rather than double hungs, because that I just am not sure if that language works. So there's too many questions for me to be comfortable, even though I understand what everybody's trying to do. And I just think this is a very visible part of the house on the street and will affect the streetscape. On the other hand, what's there now, it'd be good to change.
Thank you, Damon. So I guess in making our motion, we should maybe consider what we would be doing if we were in different times, if we were not in unprecedented times, and how we would approach this. So any other feedback from the commissioners? Anyone in the mood to make a motion? Oh, it looks like we have Commissioner Walker. Jill?
Angie, there was no feasibility of having an additional set of casements where the small front window is, and that was because of something going on in the interior.
Yeah, hey, Jill, sorry, we're closed.
Sorry.
Do you absolutely need us to open back up?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I can answer. I asked Angie that, and the wall, the partition of the wall and the interior space won't allow for a full, I guess this is a closet. It won't allow for a full window. And it's currently saving the window in the same location that it's in now, was what I was told.
Can I add something to that? I'm sorry to interrupt. Without designing this for them, which I don't want to do. I mean, mole gaps can be placed where walls are, that sort of thing, depending on how this is. If we do ask that they go back and re-explore the rhythm, a column could potentially be placed where the wall is, or the wall be moved to where a column line is, so that you create enough rhythm to put windows where that closet is. Just my 2 cents.
So Chris, are you in agreement with Damon in that you would need to see a new reiteration of the elevation, or?
I hate to say it. I think that would make me more comfortable. I'm also pretty comfortable that we've expressed how this should look and feel. So I am leaning towards staff approval. I don't know that that's beyond our abilities though at this point.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anyone else? It looks like Jill. Jill? Yes.
Oh, I apologize. I thought I got rid of my hand.
Okay, well then Jessica. Commissioner.
Hi. Can you hear me now?
We can.
I would add to my comment, just since Chris brought it up about making this work with the columns and the interior wall. I think if we had a pilaster, half column where the interior wall is, and that was mirrored about the ridge line, that may be a really great direction towards making this, towards reducing the nonconformance of the enclosed porch. It also may make the bays not the same size, at which point the clear glass, which it doesn't have the simulated divided lights, may be a great option. And we do see that as a precedent a lot in these districts. So when that column and panel language is implemented, it may drive the style of the windows.
Okay. So would you need to see that, Jessica?
I'm really struggling with that because on the one hand, I really feel like we've given a lot of direction and that staff can handle this, but on the other hand, I think it's a front elevation and we've never allowed that to happen in the past.
Why don't we move on to Commissioner Rumsch?
So far, I've heard 3 or 4 different options, and all of them are different, but heading toward the same place. If we don't know what we want, I can't imagine it's going to be able to interpret what we're asking for, and I'm not sure we know, and I don't think we will know until we see what's proposed. I strongly suggest that we continue this. I think they can figure out a way to protect the building for the month that we need, or for them to come back.
Okay, thank you, Damon. All right, having said all of that, anyone in the mood to make a motion? All right, PJ?
All right. I'd like to make a motion to continue this case, to change the windows to a column and panel detail that extends along the left and right sides of the porch.
Okay. So I hear a second.
I second. Damon.
Damon seconds it. Any discussion about the motion? Okay, we're gonna do a roll call, you guys, to determine if this motion passes. So we'll start with Nichelle. Commissioner Bonaparte? Yes. Commissioner Hayden?
Yeah.
Commissioner Barth?
Aye.
Commissioner Heineman?
Aye.
Commissioner Jordan?
Aye.
Commissioner Rumsch? Yes.
Yes.
You seconded. Commissioner Mern?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
And Commissioner Parati, aye. Unanimous. We're going to continue.
That vote is 10-0.
Thank you. 10-0. Thank you, Angie. Okay, so we are now moving on to the next case, and that is 1028 Isleworth Avenue with Timothy Sheriff. All right, Mr. Sheriff, have you been sworn in? Okay. All right, perfect. All right, so why don't you tell us about your case?
Okay. The next agenda item is 1028 Isleworth. It was continued from the February meeting for all of the reasons listed in your memo in red. And they have brought back revised plans. And at this point, I am going to turn the project over to Tim to present. And Tim, just let me know where you would like to start. And if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
This, looking at this is 1017.
Hey, excuse me, Christy.
Yes,
We can't hear anything he's saying.
again?
Sorry about that.
There we go.
Okay.
We're going to
so
need you to start over. We didn't catch any of it. Sorry.
it's okay. I'll recap. So what I was saying is I was going by the finding of fact that the historic district had addressed. And so initially I was addressing the restudy changes to the side porch according to the guidelines. And what we were talking about here is under the guidelines, looking at 6.5, the organization relative size in relation to the building and other buildings along the street. This image is a historic photo of 1017 Isleworth. As I stated, it was, I think it's roughly 3 houses down on the opposite side of the street. And this is an older photo. And if you can switch down, this is currently what the house looks like of 1017 Isleworth. And so as you can see, they've basically done the exact same thing as what we are requesting to do, is add an addition onto the left elevation of the house. The only thing is they added a full 2 floors of an addition. And as you know from ours already has a first floor existing. We're just looking to add the second floor. Continue down. This is a property kind of right down the corner a little bit around, and this is 2101 Dilworth Road East. This is there, as you can see, the front of the property with also a one-story side porch that they currently, or excuse me, that they had from the historic side. And if you can continue on. This is currently what the house looks like. They had added an entire second floor addition, exactly what we are requesting to do. And as I said, I think this is 2101 Dilworth Road East. So what we're requesting is, is not a complex massing because the first floor already exists. We're really just looking to do the second floor. If you can go back to the drawing of it. Part of what the committee had requested in this is originally we had kind of a flat roof, and what we had done with it was kind of a step down ridge line. And as you can see, we did address that with the second floor addition is the step down on the ridge line. And so we feel like just based on the size of the porch, we're not increasing the mass of the existing first floor. It's continuing straight up to the exact same size of what the second floor addition would be. The other thing I'll add is, the first floor existing porch as it was enclosed when we purchased the property. So it's not something that we're enclosing. It's just something that's getting added on to the top of it. The existing materials are kind of a German lap siding, and that's what we would continue with the similar German lap siding on it. Going to the next thing, the restudy of the portico changes under the 4.8 guidelines. The front porch currently, it's a gabled front porch, and we're just looking to do more of a flat front porch along with the wrought iron railing. We feel there's two levels of railing steps that go up to the house. One from the sidewalk, there's some steps with wrought iron railings that go along it. And then along the front porch steps, there's wrought iron railings that are along that on both sides. We want to match and kind of tie in those railings with the portico that we have there. And so we feel like that is within the guidelines of 4.0, kind of keeping with the same of what the house has. The third thing that was addressed was the restudy of the right elevation, the window placement. Originally, when we had the drawings on the right elevation, we were missing a window on the drawing. And so this does add that window back in. It's not, like I said, it's not an addition of the window. It's just added into the drawing to show what it is currently. And you can see it was also added back into the existing proposal as well. Talking a little bit about the rear addition, I think that was what was mostly discussed under 7.2. The rear addition, as you can tell, it's minimally visible from the street view. It's not much that you can see really the way the house is set forth. The roof pitch on the addition stays the same, and with the existing second story, it kind of follows along with that. We're not adding any additional, front or the other side or anything like that, or any addition onto the existing side porch other than the thing that is going on top. One of the things that was addressed was there was a fireplace along, I think it's the right elevation. And originally, just to kind of refresh your memory on it, originally it had kind of jutted out where the fireplace was. It now is smooth along the side wall, along with showing a vent for the fireplace on that as well. One of the other things we addressed, I think, were the window header heights that we had adjusted on that as well. The second page of what the findings of fact, one of them we would discuss replacing the windows on this, and after further review of those and having some additional conversations with the people who know what they're doing, we decided to just kind of restore those windows, and we're going to keep them all as they are. There was a request to update the site plan. I think that's on slide 2. Originally, when we had the site plan, sorry, yep, there you go. We were missing some trees. And so as you can see on the proposed site plan on the right, there's 2 poplar trees there. And we have had people come out and take a look at them. They are what they consider mature trees. I think that based on my understanding with of their conversation, those trees are in their later stage of their life. They don't see anything technically wrong with them, but I'm not sure if you recall from our initial submission of this, that poplar tree had dropped some very large branches. I'm talking, enough to rip off the back portion of this house. Had also dropped some branches onto the roof that had punctured the roof line and put some holes in it as well. So like when I say that they're very mature, I think that it's just starting to kind of slowly age and drop things that aren't a necessity for it. And so that would be in our proposal to remove definitely one of those trees, possibly 2 of those poplar trees. There's from my understanding, I think it's a willow oak that's on the back portion of the property that would remain. It's very large and does most of the cover of the tree cover in the area, and the poplars are kind of just secondary to that. There was some conversation about the footprint of this property in relation to other houses in the area. Scroll down. Yep, there you go. And so, as you can see from this, we did a kind of a calculation of the lot size based on the footprint of the property. And looking at this, the average of all these properties, adjacent or surrounding on the street of Isleworth, the average ratio of the lot size compared to the footprint was 4.83. Our proposal, the lot size on 1028 Isleworth is 0.25. Our proposed footprint is 2,360 square feet, so our ratio is 4.61, which is very much in line with what the existing ratios from the lot size and square footage of the proposal would be. Obviously, as you can tell, they range anywhere from 5, 6 down to the low 3s on this. So, like I said, our proposal would be very average based on the ratio of the lot size and the square footage of the property. And I believe that's all I have for now, unless you have questions.
Okay, thanks, Tim. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? Okay.
No, Kim, we do not have any speakers.
Okay, thank you. The owner at 1032 Isleworth, and Alicia Stack says that 1026 is a shared driveway, and all the extensions they showed are for enclosures that are not on the shared driveway side. Enclosing is not appropriate. Alicia has asked how to call in as well in her email, which has been outlined in all the property notification letters that went out, and is also directed on the HDC website about how to call in. And I believe, and she says she is speaking against it and can't log on. She just emailed again. Madam Attorney, how should we proceed?
As Madam Chair and the rest of the commission knows, this testimony is hearsay technically, and we would need for the neighbor to be sworn. So I would just ask at this point for you to take notice of these comments, and I would ask that staff work with the witness to call in by any means, whether it be by just traditional phone, but that we would need the sworn testimony for you all to consider it in your deliberation. So I would just ask that right now you continue forward and we will work on the back end to try to work through the technological difficulties.
Okay. All right. So we're going to move forward until we can hear from the witness. So commissioners.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I have one more thing. There was testimony submitted by a neighbor as additional testimony about a shared driveway. And it is.
To be clear, those are just comments for the record. They are not testimony because they are not sworn.
Thank you. It is from Carol and David Layton. It is not in your book. It is in the supplement on your table. And commissioners joining us via video, it is the supplement that I emailed out yesterday. The supplement is also available on the HDC website and linked directly to the agenda. And this is the attached survey that the property owner wanted to show about the shared driveway easement that is in place between the two properties. I sent Alicia the phone number and the login, so I expect that we should be hearing from her.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, when Alicia calls in, we will pause momentarily to hear her testimony. But in the meantime, commissioners, questions for the applicant? All right, we have Commissioner Walker. Jill? You're muted, Jill, it looks like.
Is my hand off now? Because I
Keep your hands. Yeah, we can hear you now though.
yes, I realize that. I'm trying to turn my hand off so that is it off now?
Yeah. Did you want to say something or okay? You work in your hand and we'll go to Commissioner Hunt.
Thank you.
Hi, I have some questions for the property owner on this one. The first thing is I'd like to confirm that, I'm pulling up the minutes from February. The request to paint the brick has been rescinded and the request to change the opening of the front door has been rescinded. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You had referenced German lap siding language on the side porch, and that's not shown on the existing drawings. Can you tell us what you were referring to?
So if you look at the existing photos of the side porch, you can see that it's currently a white German lap siding that's on it.
So can you go back to where you just were, Christy? So I'm seeing the glass and the column language, but not a German lap siding language on the side porch.
Okay.
Looks like it's on the back of the house.
Yeah.
It is, and I think that just above what you're looking at on the side porch windows, there's maybe like one or two above those windows on the side porch. Other than that, it's all just
So you're referring to the beam on the side porch as being a wood beam?
Yes.
Okay. In your presentation, you had referenced changing the window head heights on the new windows on the side elevations, and that is showing up in the. That is not showing up in the application. It's still showing the jog in the window head height in the window head heights on the right side elevation.
Oh, I see.
Can you talk to us about? I just want to know what it was when you said that they had been changed. I want to be looking at the correct thing. So which ones have been changed?
I believe it was just the bottom portion of the side elevation windows that almost, as you can see in the existing photos, they go to the floor. And I believe that we were raising those to, I don't know the exact height, but they're just getting raised to a more standard window.
So I'm showing no changes to the existing windows on the historic house. That's correct, right?
Yes.
Can you help Christy point to the windows that have been changed then?
If you can go back to a viewing of the front of the proposed and the existing.
Well, I have the existing here. And that has all four, and then your proposed view on separate. You want the February presentation?
Yeah, I guess it's on that. I apologize.
Okay. On the February presentation, here's the February presentation, right and left elevation.
I've actually got the whole thing printed out and I'm looking at them side by side, and there's not head height changes to the windows that I can find in
I believe you're right. That was
between the February presentation and the July presentation.
Yeah, I apologize. I spoke over you. I believe you're right. They were supposed to be changed though.
The precedents that you referenced for two-story extrusions to historic side porches, do you have years on those?
I don't. Those were found via the historic website.
The Charlotte Historic District Commission website, or was it a different website?
No, I believe it was the Charlotte Historic District Commission website. There is a vehicle in one. I'm sure we could age the vehicle if you would like.
No, that's all right. The next question I have for you is the addition, parts of it are in brick and parts of it are in lap siding. And I believe in our presentation in February, we had a discussion about the brick on the historic house being a very unique brick of the time period in its size, shape, and color. And so my question is, what brick are you proposing for the addition, and how are you proposing to make the transition with the historic brick?
So I've talked to a couple different brick people per se, and they have identified certain bricks that look very similar to what the existing brick looks like. The other thing that we had talked about is when we do have to do some demolition on the back of the property, reusing some of that brick in there so that way it almost, I guess, flows into what the new brick would be, and it would be less of a line, a direct line, and just transition into it a little bit more smoothly.
Okay, and then my final question is the change to the front portico design is fundamentally the style of the widow's walk at the top. Is that correct?
Yes, that and the just wrought iron on the top of it.
Thank you.
Is that it, Jessica?
That's all for me.
Okay. Commissioner Barth.
I apologize if I'm overlapping a little bit. It's been some time since the February meeting, but does the garage, it looks like, I can't tell on the site plan if it's showing a new garage, but it looks like, by the fact that there are drawings for a new garage. Is that a staff review thing, or do we need to look at that as well?
From our perspective, as the applicant, we didn't change anything on that because my understanding is it was just going to be a staff review. But there are changes
in the minutes, this is Jessica. In the minutes, we specifically requested that the garage be.
You cut off, Jessica. We specifically requested that the garage be,
Sent to staff. Sorry, I had to pull up the minutes when I was reviewing it to stay organized. And it says in the motion, staff to address all garage and shutters.
Chris? Any other questions?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Okay. Yes,
We
Chrissy?
have notification that there's a new caller on the line.
Okay.
And the only way to know if it's Alicia Stack at 10:32 hour is if we unmute her or allow her to speak. Is that fine?
That's fine. Thank you.
Candace, please unmute caller number 6.
Hi, this is Alicia Stack.
Hi, Ms. Stack. How are you? Thanks for calling in.
She needs to be sworn.
Thank you. And I want to say first that I apologize to the commission. I actually have moved and I haven't lived in my house, but I continue to own it and will for the past year. So that's why some of this and
Ms. Stack, before you move on, let me swear you in, okay? So that testimony can move forward. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? You can respond with I do.
I do.
Okay. All right. Continue.
Okay, so as I said, I apologize that I am coming in kind of late. I will say that the owners have not shared any information at all, with me at least. I'm not sure about other neighbors, and I have been in contact with them. My concern when I see this is that, and I didn't catch all of it, but a lot of our driveway that we share is very, very narrow. If they add that second story addition to the porch, I mean, basically we'll be able to touch on the second floor. So that's one thing. I also would question whether or not it would be that easy to come in and out, because I know that sometimes when you are doing additions that things can be fudged a little bit. And once they do that, that's going to make it nearly impossible to use the driveway. As I'm also looking at what's sitting there now, and I'm looking at the left side elevation, I'm wondering how far that is coming out. And I also would like to know where they're putting the garage and where it is. Right now, their garage is very close to my house. I am suffering from a lot of extermination problems because the property is not kept up. So I certainly want them working on this and making it to look nice. However, what I see is that they are more than doubling the size, and it looks to me like they're just trying to put on as much as they can to try to maximize their return without really looking at, you know, how they're fitting in with the neighborhood other than the front side. If I'm wrong, I would welcome the opportunity to be put on the right path, but that is kind of my perception from seeing this, you know, very recently.
Okay. Anything else?
No, my primary concerns are obviously putting a humongous house in a neighborhood where, especially given how tight it is in our area, is not really having much open space, and that sounds like a concern that other people had. But my primary concern is the driveway.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Stack. Would you like to answer that, Tim?
Yeah, if you don't mind. So my understanding of what her concern was is the addition onto the side porch. And so looking at that, as you all can see from the proposal, the square footage of the addition doesn't change on the base of the first floor. It's not getting added to the size of it. It's merely going up. It doesn't change, obviously, how far it goes out or the width of the addition. It's merely just going an addition onto the second floor. And so I do agree with you, it is a shared driveway. Unfortunately, I don't think that you can see based on, you know, the proposal of what our proposal is, but if you look at the footprint that we had submitted to you, I believe her property is the one just next to it. And so as you can see from that, the footprint on the two properties, they actually mirror each other almost identically. Our proposed project would go back the exact same distance of what the property at 1032 Isleworth goes to.
Are you referencing this map?
Yeah, I am. So our property, or the proposed property at 1028 Isleworth is the one not in red. Mrs. Stack's property is the one to the left of that, if you're looking at the front of it. So it's on the lower side of the screen. And so what I'm expressing to you is our proposal goes back the exact same distance, maybe not exact because I didn't measure it, but a similar distance to what her property currently sits.
Okay. Do you want to answer anything else she had to say about the shared driveway and or even the garage?
I don't.
Okay, all right. Ms. Stack, any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I don't know that that's the case. So I would like to see a better version that his is going back as far as mine. Mine was purchased with that footprint. But the other thing to know too is that mine steps back. And what I did not see from kind of the quick thing that came up is it looks like he's taking all of that right up. Like I don't see where his driveway is going to be. So I think that is, like I said, the driveway is the concern. I see that the base of the house, is stepped back, but then they have kind of a portico or something, coming out. And so that again is going to really create a lot of issues there. I think if you want to take a look at how they did it, and they did it well, is look at the house that he used before to kind of justify enclosing a side porch. Now that, and it was down the street, that side porch, if it was there, I think they just added on, was not on the side of the shared driveway. And when they made their changes, they actually created more space as you went back rather than just enclosing everything in. So that is my concern, is that it's going to be this towering place, over my my house. And I would say that for the porch, because certainly he should be able to do a 2-story, extension in the back. Absolutely, I completely support that. But what it looks like to me is they're just maximizing space rather than, bringing in some design. And I know that years ago when I was modifying my house, design was very important to the Historic Commission. And I appreciate that because it made me do a better design. And that is my concern here, is that, they're kind of saying, well, the garage, it hasn't been submitted. And the shared driveway is very, very important here, because not only for my property value, but also for his. So, we need to work together on this, and I'm willing to do it, but I'm not seeing the information that I need in order to be supportive of their application.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for calling in, Ms. Stack.
All right, thank you.
All right, commissioners. Any other questions, comments, thoughts that you'd like to share with the applicant? Yes.
Yeah, questions, Mr. Sheriff. You said you plan on removing trees as part of this? I'm just curious where it was documented on here.
Sorry, I missed your last question.
I was just curious, where in the site plan are the trees that you're going to remove? And then do you have a letter from a certified arborist saying that those trees are dead, dying, or diseased and be removed?
Yeah, if I may.
Please.
On this proposed plan,
Christy, we can't hear the applicant.
Sorry, you have,
is that the new proposal?
yes, sir.
Okay.
I can
Yeah, if you can zoom in on that.
filter.
And
And
just for
make
the
sure
sake
you're
of
using your mic.
our commissioners who are tuning in virtually, Mr. Sheriff, if you can use your, when she gets to the plan, if you can use your laser pointer.
Okay.
So this was your February site plan. And part of the package. Alright.
Okay. So on this second one, can you zoom in on this back area? Is that possible?
I see it.
If you can't, we can zoom in.
Okay, so if you're looking at the back porch area, it does list on the proposed site plan, there are 2 poplar trees that it identifies on there. I believe one of them is kind of right at the very back portion of the house and of the proposed house, and the second one is kind of on the porch area of what's proposed. Do you see what I'm referencing?
I do.
Okay. And so I don't have a specific letter from the arborist on these. Like I said, based on my conversation with them, my understanding of our conversation was that they are in their more mature stage of what the tree's lifespan is. And that's the reason of why they're dropping large branches. And in our February proposal, Chrissy, if I may, we submitted some photographs of the back portion of the property where some trees have fell on the house. And caused some pretty major damage of what I'm gonna come back. It might have been. Oh, I know what it was. We added them as an addendum or amendment during, and I handed out handouts for it. Would that have been added onto this? Okay. So during that meeting, we did have some photographs after a storm that had just occurred, and we're still dealing with this. Basically, every storm that comes through, there's large branches. They're at least a foot to 2 feet in diameter that fall off of this tree and cause major damage. It has ripped off a large portion of the back little addition that is in the white German lap siding. It's ripped off almost a whole corner of that is there. That's caused almost the whole eave to rip out of it. And then also the existing structure of what the garage is, there's actually a hole probably about a foot to a foot and a half diameter on that just goes straight through it where a large log came into that. And so going back to that, my conversation with the arborist, my understanding of that was that these trees are going to continue to do that due to their age. There's nothing technically wrong with them, but they are going to continue to drop large branches and things of that nature.
When was the last time your trees were
pruned?
They were pruned.
So it has not happened since I purchased the property, and I do not know the answer prior to that.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we have Commissioner Heineman. Jessica?
Yeah, I'm just going to follow the motion from last time. And I think, same as last time, perhaps I should just break it up into components. The brick is off the table, and the replacing historic windows are off the table, and the garage and the shutters are going to staff. So we don't need to discuss any of those today. The existing elevations, the accurate fenestration has been corrected, so we don't need to discuss that today. So that really takes a large portion of the conversation off the table today. The documentation that we have, I believe we're missing the demo hatch on the existing elevation, including the loss of the windows at the left side where the porch has been extruded, the tree removal documentation from a certified arborist, and the new HVAC location and screening. I'd love to start with that in case there's other documentation we're missing that we could add to make sure we capture it all. Has anybody else noticed anything else?
Did we get the permeability?
Yeah, actually, Jill, you're absolutely right. It's the rear yard calcs, it's permeability, and the percentage lost, right?
Yes.
Anything
Thank you.
else?
I'd like to ask, you mentioned that the brick is off the table, the matching of the brick.
No,
And
that's the painting of the brick.
Oh, okay,
I
sorry.
definitely want to, I really want to talk about the matching of the brick, and I really want your feedback on that. I'm going to push that to a different section of the discussion.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions for now? Well, why don't we close and deliberate? All right, Jessica, you want to start off with some of the points you brought up, and then we can kick it over to Damon regarding the matching of the brick?
Yes. Thank you, Kim. Sorry, I sort of jumped the gun on that. I think we have a list here that we can send to staff for documentation we still need in the application. The first thing on the continuation was to restudy the changes to the side porch, and the second one was the front portico. I might suggest that we reverse that and just talk about the front portico real quick because it's a fairly straightforward discussion. Fundamentally, the change has been to go from a wood Southern Cross pattern on the railing to a wrought iron or metal pattern with some curves in it. They're showing the railing to be 3 feet high. The portico is slightly larger than the original portico, but not substantially so. And the width of the column spacing does seem in keeping with historic precedent for this type of house and in this neighborhood. I would love to talk about the height over the door and the height of the railing.
Okay.
Does anyone have reservations about that?
I'm going to defer to some of our architects and our builder. Damon, what do you say to that? The height of the door over the door and the height of the railing.
I'm Damon here. I'm not sure. It looks a little. It looks massive to me. So the massing of it is strong, but I had other issues than that. It wasn't as strong for me. Jessica, what is it exactly that your issue is?
I think my response is to, one, the fact that the columns have gone from being round to being square. I think the round column is historic and easily reproducible in this renovation. And when we see this style of portico, we rarely see this 3-foot height on the railing. That seems very high to me. Most of the historic precedent I find is shorter than 3 feet on the railing.
Yeah, and I agree because it doesn't need to be a guardrail there. It just needs to, it's decorative. So I agree.
Okay. Any other thoughts about the height? What do you think, Chris Barth?
Mulling it over in my head, my instinct tells me the portico is a little tall in relation to the front door, which I think is something Jessica hinted on. I agree with the railing. I think they were trying to make it feel comfortable with, it must be like a bathroom window or something. I don't think that that's necessarily, doesn't necessarily need to be done. The railing height, it seems a little tall in relation to that as well. I think if they went down to like a 30-inch or something, that would certainly help, or even a 24. But that's all about, design and composition. So, I'm going to leave that up to them. I think it does need to be re-explored as far as its proportion and scale to the front elevation of the house.
All right.
Let me just add, if you would show the existing front elevation, it really kind of tells the story how this really is, doesn't fit the front facade. I think if you look at that and then look at the other, this is kind of fits what's there. It's a little more Dominion. The other really is too grand and very spindly. The column seems small. The door, actually what happens is the door looks too small for what's around it, I think. So anyway, I agree with Jessica and with Chris.
It does seem to change the character of the facade tremendously.
Yes.
Any other thoughts on this portico before we, oh, okay, did I miss? Any other thoughts on the portico before we move on to the next point? All right, Jessica, next point.
The next element in the application is the side porch enclosure, which I know is a bigger conversation. We had referenced guidelines 6.5, 6.10, and 4.8, numbers 5 and 6, along with the federal guidelines. The federal guideline that we would have referenced was the one where something could be easily read for its intentional form and purpose and return to that if required. Our 4.8, number 5, says that if the enclosure of a side porch or balcony is required for a new use, the enclosure should be designed to ensure that the historic character and features of the porch are preserved. So we sort of hit on this in the last application, really, which is that the fenestration and rhythm of the fenestration, along with the massing of the side porch, is really indicating that this was always heated square footage and there's a loss of the reading of the side porch.
Jessica,
I would love
know about the rest of the commissioners, but if you could repeat that last sentence.
That the fenestration and rhythm, along with the enclosure in the lap siding and the massing of the side porch, is leading to a loss of the reading of it as a historic side porch because it appears to have always been heated square footage.
Okay. Any other?
I would love the feedback of other commissioners.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on the side porch enclosure?
I agree that it looks, they've made it look like it doesn't exist anymore rather than acknowledging that there was a side porch there. The asymmetry of the window above it also is kind of a little concerning to me.
The asymmetry of the window above the triple is a little concerning to Commissioner Rumsch. What do you all say to the precedent, the pictures Mr. Sheriff presented showing other two-story side porches? Commissioner Heineman, you did ask for the year of those, and I think that's in part because our guidelines were changed back in November 2017. And so anything that preceded that is just a moot point, correct?
Yeah, and I think that there's been an evolving interpretation of this porch guideline, and so the two, without additional information on when the two precedents were approved, they appear to be non-conformances in this.
Can I understand something clearly? And something that Jessica, you said, are you saying that it appears that the side porch on the side appendage on the left elevation was always heated square footage? Am I understanding you correctly?
Chris, thank you for that note. That in the proposed application, it appears that it is always heated square footage. The existing porch, I think, is effectively an effective porch enclosure that reads as an original open porch.
Correct. Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood you.
Thank you.
And I'd like to just add to Alicia Stack's comment, it then adds to the massing of the structure. And I think between the portico and then the side porch, it's a lot on the street facing portion of the house. Any other?
Can I comment on the left elevation?
Please, Damon. Yes.
I think I think in both of the right and left elevations, we lose the original form of the house. When I look at the existing house, I can't. It's been filled in the addition has like a very small recess away from the existing house. So he's minimally made a distinction between the two. They're not in plane, but they are as close to being in plane as possible, especially on the right elevation. But I think by not, there's just no change of form. It's just an extrusion coming straight back in both. The left elevation is a little better for that than the right. But I just think one of the issues is to try to keep the form of the existing structure so that it can be identified. And I think you kind of lose this in trying to fill as much of the envelope as you can with heated square footage. You just lose the distinction between existing and new. You lose any kind of architectural form that kind of gives it some interest. I'm struggling with both of those things, and the screen, the making of what looks like was once an open porch, or at least a glassed-in porch, looked like part of the house itself. It adds to that. So.
Yeah, and additions are supposed to be, they're supposed to look compatible with the house, but look like they are new, like they were added. And to the point that was made earlier, if the side porch is looking like it was always a part of the structure, then we aren't meeting that guideline. Any other comments?
This is Jill. I would just like to add, and I think I'm reiterating what all has been said, but this particular project is problematic to me in that, and I find it must be for the architect as well, when you increase the general square footage by more than 2.5 times the original house, I would wonder if it's even possible to create a structure that then speaks to whatever that original house was. That seems like an insurmountable challenge. That's all.
Okay. Any other thoughts about the side porch or the portico before we move on to the next point that we need to address? If not, then I'm going to kick it back to Jessica, since you're on the roll, Jessica.
Thanks, Kim. Actually, I feel like my fellow commissioners did a great job summarizing the main points, in that the notes that I have on the addition, we referenced guidelines 7.2 numbers 2, 3, 5, and 6, 6.10 numbers 3 and 4, 6.5, and 4.7. Some of the changes that have been made is that it does step down from the original ridgeline, and the pitches of the roofs have been modified so that they, on the addition, about the addition roofs are of similar pitch. That's an effective way of saying that. I think that the fenestration is still an issue, because in this particular style, colonial Adams style, there's a formality and typically alignment of the fenestration, and we're not capturing that on the addition. The massing, I feel the massing really fundamentally hasn't changed since the last application, and so maybe, I don't know whether it warrants further discussion or not. Kim, I think you nailed it. The guidelines really demand that an addition be secondary to the primary structure, and Jill, you referenced that too. The materials, this is where I would really love Damon to jump in on the addition being brick when the original structure has a very unique historic brick. The window head height, we sort of captured it, that it was going to be changed, but it doesn't appear to have been changed. And the compatibility ties back into the secondary nature. And I'm going to turn this over to Damon because I would love his feedback on the
brick. That is a very special brick, and in my experience, at the Clay Reserve, which was out of Pennsylvania, is no longer available. And in trying to match it, even the texture, not only the color, but the texture is hard. So I think before we even consider a CO with the using brick on this addition, that brick should be, a sample should be approved by staff as part of the application, and before a CO, a certificate is of appropriate is granted. So I'm not sure where they can find it. If they can, that's great. I'd like to know where. But I don't think we should assume that it can be matched.
So, Christy, for the sake of time, it seems like we are continuing to bring up many of the same points that we brought up before. And I think the commissioners have been really helpful about discussing these. So hopefully it's helpful to Mr. Sheriff and then his architect when they go back. It sounds like this is shaping up to be a continuation. Do we want to go ahead and move forward with a motion? Please. Okay. Everyone good with that? All right, sounds good. Thank you. We'll reopen for Alicia Stack. Ms. Stack, are you there?
Yes. First of all, I would like to, I don't want to stop this, but I do want it to be, in keeping with the neighborhood. And just a couple of things that you guys were talking about. One is when I purchased my house, which was, I think, 1997, the porch was open. And Hema Giesling, the prior owner, he enclosed it. So it hasn't always been enclosed. He enclosed that, I don't know, maybe 12 years ago or so, something like that, 10 to 12 years ago. And then the other is that the base of my house is 1,500 square feet. And so it sounds to me, from what I was hearing, that that this new plan is 2.5 times the original house. It sounds to me like that doesn't mean that it's fitting within the same parameters of my house. But again, I'm not trying to stop it. I just want it to be done well. And it's because both property owners have an absolute interest in it being done well. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we can all appreciate that. All right. So we'll reclose. And we will open back up. Yes, Mr. Sheriff?
And obviously, I completely understand her concern, and that's the whole purpose of me submitting the ratio of the lot size with the square footage of the property. And if you do identify on that, if you can view that Polaris map that was submitted, her lot size is only 0.16, and so based on that, our ratio is actually our lot size ratio is actually larger. So meaning that based on the property size in the proposed square footage of the residence, we would actually be, our house would take up less of the property. So that's my only contention on it. And I do understand her concern. I think looking at it comparatively speaking with the lot size of what we're dealing with, it is fair and in line with what the adjacent properties are.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, so we will close. And again, I'll ask you commissioners, do you think we have enough to make a motion? It sounds like a continuation to me, but you share, we have a lot to see today. Pun intended. All right, Commissioner Rumsch.
I thought someone else came in. Okay, hello. I definitely think this is a continuation. I think that the massing we're not looking at the fact that the addition is so big as much as it's just the massing compared to the house that it's attached to is a problem. And so I just want to make that clear that we're not saying that I mean, there may be a way to make this addition big and work, but because of the way it ties into the existing structure is the problem. So I would love to make a motion, except I think we're just repeating the reasons we continued it before again.
Well, then the motion will be easy.
So I'm not sure how to make the motion so that it doesn't come back the same way again.
Well, I think if they're the same issues, Damon, there's nothing wrong with that. Someone chime in if you disagree, but it sounds like it's something that's pretty simple. I know PJ's been writing feverishly and you and Jessica have had a lot to say about it. So either anyone want to take a stab at this? Euler?
I don't mind taking a stab at the motion. Sorry, this is Jessica.
Okay.
But I'm going to need the assistance of somebody who's in the room to be sure that the notes are complete, if that makes sense. I know I've got a motion form here, but how are we submitting motions if we are remote? Or can I write the motion and someone in the room? Can PJ and I craft the motion together?
Christy's going to jump in.
You may craft the motion, you may state it, and then email in the motion form.
Okay.
Good.
PJ, would you be comfortable crafting the motion with me and then you being the one to make it?
Let's do it. All right, Jess, why don't we start with the portico?
Okay, actually, can we start with documentation that's still needed?
Yes.
Okay, the first thing I have is a notes about the demolition on the existing elevations, a demo hatch or similar, that includes the loss of the windows at the left side front room. Tree removal is the second thing, needing documentation from an arborist. The third thing is proposed HVAC locations and screening. The fourth thing is rear yard calculations for both permeability and percentage of historic yard. I would request that in the separate garage application that is being handled by staff, that this shared driveway encroachment or easement be addressed. And that on the continuation, that we be able to see side-by-side elevations of the existing and proposed together.
Christie, friendly amendment?
Let's let her state the whole thing if you don't mind, and then we'll add to.
Right now, so before a lot of the stuff was combined.
Okay, I want your amendment, so definitely take notes and come back with that then. Okay, TJ, let's go to the front portico. On the front portico, I have guideline 4.8. Columns should remain round. The height of the railing should be reconsidered, and perhaps be shortened. And that the portico feels tall relative in proportion to the front door.
Yeah, and even like the results and stuff like that.
And don't forget, you guys, if you're not talking, mute yourselves, please, so we don't get your ambient noise.
Sorry, Kim, that might be me. I'm just going to walk into the other room since I'm on a headset here because I'm sharing an office.
Okay.
TJ, next I have the side porch. Hopefully the ambient noise will be gone. TJ, for the side porch, I have guidelines 6.5, 6.10, 4.8, numbers 5 and 6, and the federal guidelines, and a note to address the fenestration, the rhythm, the material, the enclosure, and the massing, and to preserve the reading of it as an original side porch.
Just repeat the last one about preserving. X of the,
Preserve the reading of a historic side porch.
Okay.
And then next I have the addition. I have guidelines 7.2, numbers 2, 3, 5, and 6. 6.10, numbers 3 and 4. 6.5 and 4.7. The notes I have are that an addition should appear secondary. There should be a formality and alignment of the fenestration and rhythm. Any proposed brick needs a sample to be reviewed. The window head heights need to be corrected. And the massing and compatibility be considered. And then the last note, am I going too fast?
I'm good.
The last note I have is actually from the continuation in February, which says, restudy the fenestration once the massing has been addressed. That is everything on my notes, so I would welcome any friendly amendments.
I think it was Chris. You had some thoughts, Chris? Commissioner Barth, I think.
No, I'm good. I'm good with it.
Hey, Kim, it was Jim.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner Jordan, for waiting.
Jessica, for your consideration, on the permeability, while we may not be looking at the design of the garage, perhaps the survey should have the design and the layout and location of the, the survey should have the location of the garage and have that calculated in the permeability as well.
Jim, I think that's a great amendment. PJ, I would love to add that the permeability calculation should include the proposed garage, and we also need the tree protection plan for the water oak.
We mentioned trees earlier, Jessica. Were you referring to the poplar trees? Because I do believe they're asking to have those, Christy, correct me if I'm wrong, removed. So we'll need the correct documentation.
Yeah, so we need the track certified arborist documentation to even consider removal of the poplar trees. And the tree protection plan is actually for the willow oak in the middle of the lot.
And I'll just
depending on the garage location, which we don't know what that is, they may need a tree protection plan for the magnolia as well.
And I'll just add one more thing, just because I was looking at our last motion, and you mentioned everything, Jessica, in terms of restudying the rear addition, except for trim. So if we could just add that one back in.
Thank you. Yes, I accept that.
All right, PJ, when you're ready, I think we should restate it.
Give me 1 second to review and then I'll start.
Okay.
PJ, thank you so much.
You should see my handwriting. My 8-year-old writes better. All right, let's do it. I'll go slow. All right. I make a motion to continue this application with the applicant to provide the following. Documentation. Provide a tree protection plan for the mature trees in the rear yard. Have a certified arborist provide a letter that says that the trees that need to be removed are dead, dying, or diseased. Provide documentation on the demo and loss of windows. Provide documentation on the HVAC with screening. With the rear yard, provide information on the percentage of the historic rear yard and permeability calculations, including the garage. Provide additional information on the garage with shared driveway and the encroachment. Provide side-by-side drawings that show current and proposed, and include the garage on the site plan. All right, before I move on, any questions, additions to documentation?
This is Jessica. I have
Yes.
one quick question for Andrea as it relates to this. Andrea, the issue with the shared driveway / encroachment / easement, I know that doesn't really fall in our jurisdiction. What I really want to do is make sure that we are not contributing to an issue. How do you want that handled in the motion?
I don't want you to address it specifically because it's not within your purview. I would just suggest noting that the shared driveway will be governed by applicable, the applicable law as it stands in North Carolina today.
I would just like to mention one minor adjustment to the tree statement, and that is not that we request documentation that the trees are dead, that we request documentation as to the status of the trees.
I think both of those are great comments, just that the documentation be the status of the trees as well as protection plans for the trees. And for the shared driveway, perhaps we can say in the motion, as Andrea put it, it would be governed by applicable laws in the state of North Carolina. I think that covers us. Andrea, does that cover us?
It does.
Okay. Do you all want me to restate documentation before I move on? Happy to.
Andy doesn't need it.
I do not need you to restate it.
Thank you. Moving on, portico. Per guideline 4.8, the portico should remain round. Review the height of the railing. The height of the railing is too tall. And the overall height of the portico is too tall. All right, that's all I had on the portico. Questions, comments? Okay. Side porch. Per guidelines 6.5, 6.10, 4.8, number 5 and 6, in our federal guidelines. Review and address issues with fenestration, rhythm, materials, the enclosure of the side porch, the massing, and preserve the reading of the historic side porch. Questions, comments, amendments? Side porch. Okay. Moving on, addition. Per guideline 7.2, number 2, 3, 5, 6, and guideline 6.10, number 3 and 4, guideline 6.5, guideline 4.7. Ensure that there's formality in the fenestration and the rhythm of the addition. Provide a sample of brick. Align the window head height. Address the massing and ensure compatibility. And review the trim. Questions, comments on additions? I'm not as eloquent as Jessica.
PJ, I want to add to the discussion of massing and compatibility. I think we should use the word secondary. And I want to add the same statement that we had in the original motion, which was to restudy the fenestration once the massing is addressed. I think the issue is that the massing hasn't been changed in this application that we're seeing this month. And once the massing is addressed, that will fundamentally change the approach to the fenestration.
Stick to my initial comment, like we're ultimately.
Good with that? Any other questions or comments on addition? That's all I had.
All right. Do we have a second to PJ's motion?
Second, this is Damon. I second it.
Seconded by Commissioner Rumsch. All right, we will do a roll call of all who are in favor and all who are against, starting with Commissioner Walker.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Mirren.
Aye.
I'm sorry.
Krista, aye.
Okay.
Christopher, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Rumsch.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan.
Aye.
Commissioner Heineman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barth.
Aye.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayden.
Aye.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati says yes. 10-0. Motion to continue. Thank you, Mr. Sheriff. All right. Okay, so we could take a break, but you guys, this seems like this next one would be kind of simple. We can move forward and then come back fresh looking at new cases. Who's in? Who's with me?
I'm good.
Okay. All right, come on, we can do it. And then we can have a cookie for those of us who are here, or you can have a cookie at home. All right, so we're going to move on to 601. Thank you, guys. We're going to move on to 601 West Kingston Avenue. PJ. That's okay. Yeah. No, that one's still. Do you? Okay. Yeah, all right. You know what? Are you sure? Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you for coming, Mr. Scruggs. Okay, so we're ready to move on with 601 West Kingston Avenue. Okay. All right, so we'll swear you in as soon as I find my swearing in sheet. Here it is. All right, do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you.
.601 West Kingston Avenue. And it is for a change in material. These are townhomes that were approved in two different parts, a north site and a south site. And the north site is nearing completion, and they are asking for a change in material from GFRC to an EFS material. So at this point, I'm just going to turn it right over to James. I have pictures in here of the panel that you were asked to construct, and you can take it from here. Thank you.
We can't hear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So if you could start from the
Keep the
beginning,
mask on,
Mr.
all right?
Scruggs.
Keep the mask on, all right?
Yes, please.
Okay, no problem. So, oh, that's much better. So from the last meeting we had, yeah, our original intent was to, change the material from GFRC to EFIS, and that was obviously based on a huge financial change difference when we went to go get it priced in 2020. And it seemed like at the last meeting, I don't know about how many commissioners had a little heartburn with EFIS. So since the last meeting, I spoke with my architect and the fabricator, and we decided not to do the EFIS and to go with Hardcoat Stucco because Charles said that's an approved product with the HTC. So basically what we want to do now, instead of using the EFIS, because it seemed like just didn't sit well with some people, we want to change it from the EFIS to GFRC to the Hardcoat Stucco. And I got some notes here because Charles couldn't make it, but he wanted me to let the HTAC know that it's going to have the same detail that we originally designed, same dimensionalities, same proportions. And he said, since we're going with Hardcoat Stucco versus EFIS, we can achieve the same coloration as the GFRC if we go with Hardcoat Stucco.
Okay, that's it? All right, anyone here to speak for or against this application? All right, commissioners, questions of Mr. Scruggs? Any?
Just, I understand, so that what you just said there still means that what we went to look at on your site is in fact what you're proposing, right?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Hayden?
Yeah, the question I have is, there are significant amounts of this area where this is going to be put on. It's already been bricked. How are you going to deal with that? It's going to be put on over top of it?
Correct. And just so you know, just to give you some background, originally when we were going to go with the GFRC, the reason why we bricked it is because there's two different GFRCs, and there's a version that's less thick than the original version we were going to go from, and which was going to be, more cost effective from his first version, but still not cost effective for me. And he said you can apply the GFRC to the brick, and so you can do the same thing with the Hardcoat Stucco. So it's more of like an ornamental piece. So the Hardcoat Stucco would be applied to the brick and gives it the same dimensionalities that we would have applied the GFRC with.
Okay. But we're not, at this point in time, we're not looking at that right now. When we look at the sample, that's not what we're seeing, correct?
You mean applied to the brick?
Right.
No, I mean, you guys wanted, from what I got from the last meeting, you guys was more, remember, because I messed up and told you guys that it was going to be like a line, right?
Right.
And I think you guys wanted to see that it's actually going to have dimension to it. So that was the purpose of what I thought was the purpose of the sample, is so you can see that it's going to actually have dimensionality to it versus just having a piece of EFIS or stucco with lines kind of painting the dimensions to it.
I fully understand that. But what I still don't see is what it is actually going to look like. We're not seeing in your sample what it is you're going to do. You're telling us you're going to do something different than what the sample is. And for me, the way that's going to be applied to the existing brick is going to have a significant impact on what the overall project is going to look like. Because I would assume if this is all successful, you're going to build a bunch more of these guys across the street.
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to see what that looks like. I'd like the architects on the commission to respond to, is this a problem that's going to become a maintenance issue somewhere down the road? Is that going to be able to do this to the point where they can waterproof behind this and it's not going to become, something that's going to deteriorate over time?
Well, that's one of the reasons why we changed from the EFIS to the Hardcoat Stucco.
I understand that.
Oh, okay.
I understand that. It just seems as if, part of my problem is somebody made a decision to do the brick without, as a change, because it's brick behind here.
Uh-huh.
And all the detail and all that kind of stuff would indicate that there was a decision made. Well, let's see if this will work.
Well, let me address that if you don't mind. So when we met with the GFRC rep, he was the one that, because I've never done GFRC before. So he explained that the GFRC can be applied to the brick. So he thought it makes more, because if you don't apply the GFRC to the brick, then you would have had to put lintels all around where, if you would have left that gap in between where the band was going to be. So you would have to put lintels all around. And he said that actually bricking it is actually better because it waterproofs the building even better. And he said that the GFRC can be applied to the brick because all it really is just an ornamental piece. So it doesn't do anything with the waterproofing or anything. The brick actually helps that out. And actually, according to the GFRC rep, the brick is actually better. It was better to brick it and then apply the GFRC to the brick.
Okay, I can understand that, but that's a significant difference in what you all asked for and got approved for. And I would have thought we might have had the opportunity
I do
approve
want to
something before it went up.
Well, I do want to make this. I apologize if we did anything wrong on our side because that wasn't our intentions at all. So I want to state that I had no idea that we were doing something out of order.
Okay.
So I apologize for that.
With all this said, I still would like to see what it is it's going to look like. I want to see what the GFRC applied to a brick.
You mean hard coat stucco?
Hard coat stucco looks like. I'd like to see what that is going to be before I can approve it. So right now it's another material that it isn't shown on the sample that you're asking us to approve without seeing what it is, and it's a change. And I'd like to see how it's detailed, how they come up with the edge across the bottom and all those kinds of things that tell me what it's going to look like, because it's not going to look like that.
So I want to make sure I'm hearing you right. So you wanted to be applied on an actual building?
That might be a risk you're willing to take. I'd say have them build another little model. Take that stuff off and put some of the GFRC on some of that brick. Let's see what it looks like.
Hard coat stucco.
Put the hard coat stucco on a brick sample so we can say, yeah, okay, we like that. That's good. And we're good. But right now, what we're looking at, your sample, isn't what it's going to be.
All right, why don't we move on to Commissioner Barth?
I agree with that. I mean, I think the issue here is how you guys are going to create the forms that you've indicated on your initial proposal and the different precast shapes that were initially proposed. How you do that. Not only that, a GFRC panel reacts differently over time and in the application sense. I mean, I'm no expert in applying this stuff by any means, but I would venture to guess that applying that over brick, because of the inconsistency in the brick and that sort of thing, it's going to be hard to get a consistent application there. So I think I apologize, I don't know which commissioner was speaking, but having a physical sample of that is going to be very instrumental in being able to approve this as an alternative in the actual application method that you're using here.
All right, and just a quick question. It says in our book here that we're still using EPIS. When did hard coat stucco pop up? Today? Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Rumsch.
Hey, I went to visit this several times, and so I have two questions. One is, can you show us a section through the area that the GFRC was going to be used for, a section on the drawing, so we can kind of get a feel for. I couldn't find a real good one that kind of shows that, but if we can kind of understand the layering of this material on top of the brick, I don't think we need the mock-up if we can understand how it lays up on a section. That may not be the case, but I think, can you blow that up and focus in on where this cast concrete would go?
Damon, I can try.
Okay.
And also,
I tried to do it, and it's just hard to kind of get a good piece of it. While you're doing that, these are my thoughts. I think that if this hard coat stucco can create the forms that was intended for the cast concrete, then I think it's okay. The only question I had was, stucco has a different texture than cast concrete, and it has a rougher texture. It's not as even because it's hand applied, and it's got a texture to it that's not the texture of cast stone. I'm in the process of doing a house now that has a lot of stucco on hard coat stucco, and it's being applied with metal lath on top of cinder block. So I know that in terms of long-term, and I had a conversation with the stucco people, and I know that long-term that this is a product, if they use the hard coat stucco, that this will work fine. The only question I have is two questions. One is, can you create the detail, the shadow lines, the in and out between the brick and the or the intended cast concrete look? So that's the one question. The other question is, can that stucco be put on smooth and consistently smooth enough so you don't get the look of stucco? Anyway, those are my two questions.
So the first question, yes. So, and unfortunately, Charles wasn't here today. I couldn't be here today, but yes, he went into long details with the stucco fabricator, and the stucco fabricator reviewed the plans, did a markup of the plans, and he reassures us that we're going to get the same look, the same dimensionalities, the same all the details that the hard coat stucco would give us. So they reassured me of that. I've never used stucco personally, but between my architect and this fabricator, I felt very confident because I told him how important this is, and that we have to, get this down to a T based on what we designed with the HTC. And he said no problem.
Well, let me interrupt you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Just for a minute, if you're willing to take the chance, or it may be worth doing a sample on the building to let us look at how it's going to really come out before you do a whole bunch. And if you're very confident that it's going to duplicate what the original intent was, then you're pretty safe. But without you doing that, I'm not sure how you can do a sample that's really going to give us the feel for the actual application. So,
so where would you guys want to see so let me make sure I answer your second question. What was your second question?
Is the texture, how smooth?
Oh yeah, so the texture. So he gave me two different samples. One is called, you can do a smooth hard coat stucco, which tries to give you that limestone feel, but it's not like super, and I bought it at the last meeting. But basically, I mean, I don't know how many of the commissioners got a chance to go and see the actual sample, but that was the actual sample. So you can do a rough and a smooth, and basically the look that we're looking for, we're gonna do a smooth. It's not as smooth as like you see like natural limestone, but it tries to mimic that limestone feel.
And that's one of my concerns. Is on the other hand, you're not going to be up against it. These are on high locations.
Correct.
You're seeing it from the street. So I mean, if you can make it look like it's smooth from a distance, from 10 feet away, that may be fine. But I do agree with Jim. I just don't know whether you can get the kind of shadow lines and detailing that you can get from cast concrete, given you're going on top of a brick that's there now. And as I said, I don't know the best way for you to kind of relay that to us, and what kind of chances you want to take in order to do either an application on the building or create a sample on top of a brick wall that would mimic.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to move on to Commissioner Mehren. Chris?
Hey, thank you. So I think James, just want to say before I get into this that I appreciate all the evidence you're giving us about the skill sets that you're bringing to the table, and I'm confident you and the architect feel that it's on your team about this. My big concern is how this thing's going to age. I think at the end of the day, it is a wall system by itself, from my understanding and what we're looking at with these details, and that whether it's the stucco or the EIFS product we talked about last time, it's going to be in addition to this. So it really becomes a conversation of how is water going to stay on the outside of this material and not get in between these two materials. Like, we're creating a new sandwich that water that turns to ice can pop these things off, and especially at the heights we're looking at. So I know there's ways around it if you put metal lath up and drill that into the brick, but you're having more issues where we're putting more holes that could potentially go through the actual water membrane. We're making this a little too complicated at this point, and that's where I worry that over time this is not going to age well. I think you could definitely get these details in from the examples that you showed last time. That this guy isn't a tile masonry or a traditional masoner, that's putting this product up. But I have concern personally that the time, 5 years, where is it going to be in 5 years? And especially being a for sale product that's part of a condo unit, it could lead to a bunch of issues down the road as far as, well, who's going to fix it and how that falls in. That's not our place to say, but just in the back of my mind. I have a question for you, Christy, of where we see this as an approved material, being the hard coat stucco, because I know traditionally hard coat stucco is more of a wall, and it isn't looking at an application over something that's existing, much like painting brick. And so I was wondering where we would have seen this before in the districts.
Correct. That's actually a question for the applicant, because
I'm sorry,
as a traditional material, we see the uses in a traditional application. And so that is why, one of the reasons why the applicant is here asking for this material in this application.
I gotcha.
Thanks. Any precedent for it, Mr. Scruggs?
Say that again.
Any precedent for it? Mr. Mehren wants to know where we've seen this in the historic districts where hard coat stucco was applied to an existing masonry.
No, I've never seen it where it was applied to an existing masonry, but my architect said that, I don't know where he saw that, but he said hard coat stucco was an approved product with the HTC, but I can't say that it's been done on an actual brick building. So that part I can't say.
What do you say to us, to some of the commissioners here who spent time with you guys when you were coming back and forth, going back and forth, really just hashing out the details? What do you say to us when we say we don't feel very confident and we didn't know we weren't supposed to do that?
Which part about that? I want to make sure I hear you right.
Yeah, so we approved one thing.
Yes, ma'am.
And it turned out that you all not only didn't do that thing, but you moved forward doing something else. And then we were told, okay, it's not going to be the GFRC, it's going to be the EIFS. And then that's in our book. And now today it's not the EIFS, it's hard coat stucco. And so we want to have confidence in the material working out, and you all moving forward and doing what you say you're going to do. So what do you say to the commission about that? And I'm afraid we didn't know isn't strong enough.
No. I'm not here to make any excuses, so I'm gonna answer your question. So, I mean, the goal for me, just like you guys, is to have an amazing product, right? Like, I mean, you guys are sitting on a different side of the table than I am, but I put a lot of love, a lot of money, and a lot of time into this, right? I haven't deviated from anything that I told you guys I was gonna do. I put in the wood clad windows, which were expensive. I put in the wood garage doors, which you don't even see in that price point, right? So I think for me, it's hard for me to, I think if there was been numerous things that I would have deviated from, then I think I could have felt more of your statement, right? But for me, when I know how much love and hard work I put into this and how nice these buildings already look without this GFRC or this stone, and knowing that my intentions have always been good. Like I've never done anything at all to like I said, I had no idea until I got a phone call about me putting the brick up. I had no idea that that was an issue, right? Especially didn't have an idea that that was an issue when the GFRC rep told me you can apply it to the brick. So I think for me, I want you guys to know that like I put a lot of love into that building. Like the only reason why I'm not going with the GFRC is because I can't afford it. Like I'm just being honest and transparent. Like when I saw that number, it's just not there, right? Like, but I didn't deviate from anything else. My brick was very expensive, right? Like I could have left that brick. Honestly, it would have been cheaper for me to leave the brick and not to brick it where those spots were. But he said, no, brick it because it's gonna help waterproof the building better. So I was just thinking I was doing the right thing. Like, so I want you guys to know that I had no ill intent to do anything wrong, to do anything outside of what you and I thought and want this building to look like, right? Like I want this building to look just as good as you guys do, right? And I hope we all on the same page on that. But just know and trust that the only reason why I'm here is because when I got that number, it's just not there. It had nothing to do with. But when you ride by my building and you go inside my building, you're gonna see like this guy didn't cut no corners. So I'm not here to actually to cut any corners or anything like that. I mean, my building I built with a lot of love and great detail, and I just want you to know the only reason why I'm here is because of that price when I got that GFRC, and it's just not in my budget.
Sure. And it's a quality building. It's a beautiful building. So thank you for that. And I think I will speak for myself that because of all of this, I would love to see a sample because I want to know how it's going to look and I want you to know how it's going to look so that we can all be on the same page moving forward. All right. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Scruggs before we close? All right, let's close and talk, commissioners.
This is Commissioner Bonaparte. I would just say whatever the sample needs to be, if that's the direction we go in, if we can be very explicit about what it needs to be, because I'm sorry, whatever, if we decide to go into the direction of him providing a sample, if we could be very explicit about that, because I know from the last meeting, he provided a sample. If it needed to be a different type of sample applied to the brick of some sort, then we probably should have said that if we did not. So I just want to make sure, caution us to do that so that we don't end up in this situation again.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte. Anyone, Commissioner Rumsch?
I agree 100%. I think this is workable. I think the material will hold up long term. I think it would behoove the applicant to have either a person that will use the material or an architect come in and kind of do a small presentation about the long-term use of that material on top of brick. And I would suggest that if you're going to do another sample, if we're going to require one, maybe one that is actually in place on the house, because it's going to be hard to create a sample that shows what the details are going to look like if it's not on the house. I feel pretty confident that this will work. But that's not what it sounds like the rest of the commission is saying.
Anyone else? Commissioner Marin, have any feedback for us?
Yeah, well, last time, am I muted?
No, we can hear you.
Sorry, the hands throw me off. Last time we talked about the connection above and below and how if water's coming down the face of this, how does it not get behind the brick or into the brick or between the brick and at the time ephes, now the stucco. So that was something we talked about last time to be able to be seen on this panel that was provided, because that's the concern. I think to Commissioner Damon's point, getting a big enough sample that we can see how the coursework is going to look like this, because as we're seeing in this section shown on the screen, this is looking as a laid-in product, and so that those marks of the grout lines, how is that going to be seen and done and detailed and tooled or whatnot? So I'm very much on the fence, just like last time, that this can hold up, but definitely willing to see what an architect or whomever would like to speak about this. And also too, if the architect is going to hopefully provide details of where this product exists in the historic district, to be able to back that statement up.
Okay. Commissioner Rumsch.
Sorry, I forgot to take my hand down.
All right, Commissioner Quinn.
Hi, I was hesitant to speak up because this is definitely outside of my expertise. I do not work in this material as often as some of my fellow architects on this commission. I would say I'm thrilled about the shift from EIFS to hard coat stucco. We do see so frequently in the single family residential side of these communities, parged foundations, which I think is consistent with what we're talking about here, but I do need one of my colleagues to correct me if I'm wrong about that. Chris Mirren, if I'm understanding you correctly, I'm wondering if you can clarify. If I'm understanding you correctly, what I'm understanding is that the hard coat stucco may adhere to the face of the brick in an effective way, but if it is in sort of these stripes and panels adhere to the face of the brick, are you concerned about the water penetration or a lack of a flashing detail getting in between the stucco and the brick from the top or sides and creating a spalling type of effect? I don't know this material as well as you do, so I want to understand.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I mean, I think from the top standpoint, you got the coping that covers that connection, so I don't think there's an issue there. But just like what we're looking at on the screen, that there's going to be a start and a stop of that product right in the middle of that brick wall. And so what if there's I don't know if you get a reglet or something into the course above it, or I mean, the details to try to find any type of flashing for that, you're gonna muck up the masonry above it and possibly the integrity of that wall structurally. So that's where I'm just curious on how that comes down, because as the water comes down, I'm worried it's going to go between the stucco and the brick face. So it's not into the building, but it's there to then hang out until we get freezing weather, expand, and pop stuff off. Much like you see on some forms of face brick where they put too much material on the front, like whether it's the painted or whatnot, and it just pops the faces off in winter because of that.
Damon, you have experience in the way that hard coat stucco or parging is used in historic structures in these districts. Is there a commonly accepted detail for the situation that I'm asking Chris about?
Yeah, well, first of all, I don't think, if you're looking for a historic situation of a historic place, I'm not sure we're going to find that. What I can tell you is that we're doing a stucco house, and we're putting a wire mesh on top of center block and putting this system on it. So I know that it'll adhere it. Now, with Chris's concern about water getting from behind it, normally in all the situations that we have, there's a cap on top so that the water can't infiltrate between the back of the stucco and the brick or the block that it's fastened to. So there probably would need to be some kind of sealant that would stop water from going behind the stucco. The rest of it, I think, is, so it looks like in the section that the stone, the cast concrete, is set in to the brick, and therefore we get the relief. If you're adding this on top of the brick, I don't know that we're going to get the dimensionality or the lack of it and make it look like it's flush, like in the stone. So that's what I'm saying. We don't have a real good section to kind of understand how this would be applied. And I think, for me, the only way for me to really do it is for them to mock up a section of the building separate from the building, or put it on top of a part of the building and let us see how it works. And then I think we need someone who's in the industry to talk to Chris's concern about water infiltrating between the two materials and freezing and popping it off. I think that's a valid point.
So it sounds like we need a sample for aesthetic reasons, and then we need to be educated on the functionality or the maintenance that's required, or
right. Are we still open?
No,
Can we still
we're not. Would you like for us to reopen? Do you need that?
Yeah, I think if that's okay.
Sure, we'll reopen.
Was it be feasible for you to take a section over one of the doors, or actually, I think Christy, if you get, there's a side elevation, partial elevation west boulevard building. Trying to identify it better than that. And it shows the banding over the door and over a set of windows. And yeah, that'll work. So over the windows, that banding is the cast concrete material, I believe, between the two windows, first and the second floor. If you could do that section between the two windows, it would show the water infiltration, which is the biggest concern in terms of long-term stability, and it would also give us a feel for what that material will look like on the brick itself. Is that something that would be cost-effective for you to do, and yet and give us what we need? I think if the commission agrees, I think that's what we would need to be able to see and understand.
So just over the window, not the actual doorway, just the window, correct?
I think that's where you have the biggest issue with the water infiltration at the top. And I can't tell, I'm assuming that if you look on section, if you look at the corner, if you look on the right corner, if you can see that it just is just about maybe 2 inches proud of the brick. And so you'll get the dimensionality that's required. You can show us that we can get the minimal bevel and dimensionality between the brick and the cast concrete, the stucco. And you can also address the waterproofing issue. So that would be a good, I mean, there's more detail over the door, and I think you can achieve the detail. The question is how it interfaces with the brick that's existing. And I think the commission probably as a whole should agree and vote that that's the sample that we would require, and we'd be able to make a decision. So we're not causing extra time and effort and money for naught.
Mr. Scruggs, is that doable?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. All right, why don't we close again? And it sounds like we're in the process of a motion, Damon.
I'm ready to roll.
There, I'm unmuted.
PJ's ready to roll, so, and
Okay, so
I got it written down. My hand's not cramp. I'll make the motion if you're good with that.
well, let me just try. I think it should be very simple. And if the applicant is willing and the commission votes okay, then I think if we just have a sample above the two windows going to the corner of the hard stucco coat, and a sample of that made, and a letter or a presentation from someone to address the water infiltration between the hard coat stucco and the brick. I don't know how to make that into a motion, but I would move that sample be provided to us and that information be provided to us so that we can make a definite decision as a commission.
So what you're saying, Damon, is you'd like to make a motion to continue to provide a sample of the hard coat stucco above 2 windows to the corner of the building that to represent a real world application, including flashing, the wire mesh, et cetera, and also bring an expert or a subject matter expert in hard coat stucco that can come and speak in our next meeting to talk about the details and the intricacies of the installation and the maintenance.
Now, I specifically the water infiltration between the brick, addressing the water infiltration between the brick and the hard coat stucco. That's the only issue we need from a technical person. And that it's incumbent on this commission to look just at that and be able to rule on it.
So when you're ready, PJ, you want to restate it?
I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for the applicant to provide a sample of hard coat stucco applied to one of the buildings above 2 windows to the corner of the building to represent a real world application, and bring a hard coat stucco expert to speak to the details about on preventing water infiltration between the brick and the stucco.
Is that
Yes.
it, Damon?
Yep, second.
And
Oh, wait a minute. I really would like to, just so that we don't forget as a commission, that this is what we're asking for in order to come on to make a decision. That we're not going to come back and say, no, we need more information.
right. And
So I think that should be in our motion to kind of give us that we're not going to ask for more.
Wait a minute. What if it doesn't work?
If it does, we can turn it down. I'm not saying you can't deny it. I'm just saying we can't say, well, we don't have enough information anymore.
Well, but then yeah, okay, that's fine. But we're not.
You can deny it. I'm not saying it's
Committing to prove it.
No. Mm-mm.
You sure?
Commissioner Bonaparte, do you think that's detailed enough? Okay. All right. So
I would like to see, sorry to interrupt, I would like to see from this, expert or installer, whoever they bring in to help us understand this assembly better, if they have any examples of this being applied over brick long term.
Let me say this. All the hard coat stucco that we've put on is applied directly onto masonry with a metal lath and then 3 coats of cement material. So I think this is a typical application.
In the middle of your
question
wall?
is how water can come in from the top.
Yeah, but Damon, is it in the middle of your wall or is it in a foundation where it has a proper drainage system above it?
And that's why I'm saying that we need to address the water infiltration, which you're suggesting from above. Once that's addressed, then whether it's a cap that's over it or some kind of flashing that's applied above or some kind of sealant that's embedded in some kind of flashing, there are different ways to do that. We'll be able to address that. But the rest of the application, once we've decided that water won't get behind it, the rest of the makeup of the stucco is pretty standard material.
Sounds good.
okay. All right. So one more time with feeling. Commissioner Henningsen.
Make a motion to continue this application for the applicant to provide a sample of hard coat stucco applied to the building above the 2 windows to the corner to represent a real world application, and bring an expert or an installer to explain how to prevent water infiltration between the brick and the stucco and discuss long-term wear.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Chris Pratt, second.
Okay, a little discussion. I'm assuming that by making this motion and seconding it, that we're not going to ask for more information after he comes in with this. Is that right?
I believe so, but I don't think that we need to put that in the motion. Do you feel that way, Damon?
Well, if I'm the builder, and we've already done one sample, and I think that some of the questions are valid, but I want to make sure that once we address those, that there's not going to be another issue. Like maybe over the door, there's some detail that isn't shown in this sample. Are we going to be okay with the fact that as long as it matches the plan, that this is going to work? I'm just trying to say that I don't want to leave it open so that this keeps going on and on.
That would be unprecedented for us to say something like that.
I agree. So I think that we are all of the mindset that we want to help Mr. Scruggs move forward with his beautiful buildings and make sure that this product that he's brought before the commission will work. But to Jill's point, I don't think it's something that we put in our motion that we will either make a decision or that we'll make a decision either way. I think we all have the same goal. So I'm happy, Damon, with the motion as is. And it sounds like if anyone on the commission that has anything new to add to this, then, please speak up now. Damon?
No, I will vote for the motion, but I think we should be pushed to not ask for more. But you've heard me.
Yeah. All right, so we have the motion made by PJ Henningsen. We've had a second by Commissioner Hayden. And we've had a little discussion about the motion. Any other discussion before we vote? All right, Commissioner Bonaparte. Yes. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan.
Aye.
Commissioner Rumch.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. 10-0. Thank you, Mr. Scruggs.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. 10 minutes, 5, 10. We've been here for a little while. 10. Yeah, 10 minutes, guys. We'll be back at 4:10.
As much as we love seeing Mr. Scruggs here, we want that building to be done, baby.
So I guess my question is I need to have that sample before the next meeting.
Yes.
So
So the commissioners can go.
That's what I thought, but I just want to make sure.
Rub on it, whatever we do. Thank you, sir.
I like it. I've grown accustomed to it now, but it's like, it's a fine. All right, we are back at 4:13, and we are ready to hear case number 5814 East Boulevard. It's a demolition case. They evaluated restoration, but it's my understanding that there's a lot of damage on the interior and structurally. And so the architect for the project is here to request demolition of the property. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. If you would please state your name and your address for the court reporter. Could you turn on your microphone and speak? There you go. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Robbie Johnson with Robert Johnson Architects, 1808 West Moorhead Street, Charlotte. And I'm here to represent Dilworth Animal Hospital, the owners, Matthew and Jill Willock. As Christy said, the building, it was last November, had a fire and had substantial damage, as you can see in the photographs. My clients have had a structural engineer by the name of Matisse Barker do a structural analysis of the facility in January of this past year, 2020. And I have his letter report signed and sealed here if you guys need copies of it. He determined that the entire roof needed to be removed, the second floor studs and joists needed to be removed. The remaining portion had substantial smoke and water damage found throughout the entire building, which would require flooring studs to be removed and replaced in the lower areas. And with the damage being more than 50% of the building, he was recommending that it be demolished and reconstructed. The photographs, the drawings that you see there were the drawings of the facility when they remodeled it at the time they remodeled it. So I don't want you to get confused by that's what we're thinking about doing or anything like that. So my clients, what they have done, they have their animal clinic there. Before this happened, they had hired me to do work on the adjacent building, which is 820, which is right to the, if you're facing the building to the left of it. And they were going to use that as a satellite animal hospital, which is in the process right now of going and being constructed. Then this happened to their existing facility. And now they've had to bring in a trailer in the back parking lot of this, which is massive and back there, as a temporary structure to help them keep their business going, which was all approved through you guys, I believe. And what they would like to do, if you guys grant us the ability to demolish this building, is come back to you guys with a proposal to rebuild, utilizing the architecture of the 820 building and building off of that. Whether we would do a connection to it, try to make it more of a larger structure. And that's in keeping with what we have on that block there. To the east and west of the building, you've got double lots. And they have double lots now because they've combined this into one lot as opposed to two lots. So double lot to the left, double lot to the right. Now they have a double lot in the middle. So in keeping with that block, we would like to present back to you guys to design a building utilizing the architecture of 820 and create one larger animal hospital. This would, and continue the historic character of the neighborhood and preserve the function of the professional business, regardless of whether it stays an animal hospital or anything. It could be any office throughout, but it would fit within the character of what's going on there. So the goal is to restore the new building to match the old. And that's why we're here to present that and see what your comments are.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Anyone here today to speak for or against this application? All right.
I don't believe there's anyone here. There was comments submitted via email and it is in your supplement at your table. It is also available on our website about adjacent property owner. One of the comments was about the demolition debris and making sure there was minimal damage to neighboring properties, which is slightly outside of our jurisdiction. And then the other property owner submitted a bit longer of a letter, and that is also in your packet. And he also included a photo of the temporary trailer that is temporary through zoning. And he is supportive, of the immediate demolition, so things can move forward on this project.
Okay. All right. Commissioners, do you think, do we have all of the information we need? Look in your books. We need digital photos of the building, all sides, architectural details, property survey, Zetwell survey, existing elevations. We have all of that, yes? Yep, all right. So any questions or comments anyone wants to make to Mr. Johnson?
I did have a question. I was just curious. I did walk the out perimeter of the building and saw a lot of the damage externally looked like it was in the back, and just curious if you would salvage anything from the current building, maybe the front, for the new location or for the new property.
At this point, we have not started drawing anything to deal with what we want to replace it back with. My goal, and I think would be an appropriate goal, would be to take the existing 820 building, take that and maybe do a mirror image to kind of get one consistent style in one building, as opposed to having it two smaller buildings with different styles. So I think the answer that the front porch of that would probably not be safe.
No, I mean, I just said portion, not porch. Yeah, just salvage anything from the older building or the building you're proposing to demolish. Would you salvage anything from it to be a part of the new property?
We may be able to try to do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Johnson? If not, we can close.
Yeah. Can I add one thing? Just want to
Please,
ask
yes.
this. I know that there's a waiting period for the demolition.
Mhm.
I was wondering, if I may request, since we submitted for this back like in May, we've been delayed, would we be able to get that time counted towards our waiting period?
I will defer to our attorney.
So the commission has the ability to shorten its waiting period, its demolition period, or stay period, I apologize. It's within your discretion. For whatever just cause you deem fit, you would just need to note the record appropriately.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. White.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Jill, was that you? Did you want to say something, ask something?
Yeah, that was me. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm from the applicant. Did you actually say that you were considering combining both lots, those two lots together to create one building?
The two lots have already been combined. So it is one lot at this point.
Madam Chair, that question specifically with regard to the combination of lots is not relevant to your analysis of the demolition process.
Okay. Did you hear that, Commissioner Walker?
Thank you.
Yeah. So why don't we, if there are no additional questions regarding the demolition portion of this application, why don't we close and deliberate and decide what to do next? Good? All right. So we're going to close. Anyone want to start making a motion? Or rather have a conversation? I mean, our demolition applications we have the two parts. So.
Yeah, I would start a conversation.
I'm sorry, Jill.
My question would be, would there be any, legitimate reason to make this a 365-day delay?
I believe what we will determine that if we go through our steps that the commission has given us. Agreed? All right.
I think, there's a instance of a house that was partially demolished by a tree, I believe in the same neighborhood a few months ago. I think we should look at this in a similar sense. And I believe we approved that for demolition to be restricted as well.
We did, Commissioner Barth. It was Wesley Heights. All right, Commissioner Heineman. Jessica. Hello, hello.
Can you hear me now? Sorry, double muted.
Yeah, we can now.
Okay. I move to determine that the building has special significance and value towards maintaining the character of the Dilworth Local Historic District because it is listed as a contributing property in the National Register, because of its age, because of its architectural style, and because of its associative history on East Boulevard.
Okay. Why don't we go back one step, because first we have to determine whether the application is complete with all the required documentation provided by the applicant. So if we do determine that it is complete, then we need to make a motion to that effect, correct? All right, anyone want to step up and do that? Jessica, you want to grab that one? I don't know if you have the sheet in front of you. If not, then we can have one of the commissioners in the room do it.
I don't think we vote on that, Kim. I think we just discuss it. It says the first vote is step 2.
Yeah, we do vote on that.
We do?
It's step 1.
Well, I move that we have enough information. This is Damon.
Okay, so Damon has made a motion saying that we have enough information. Anyone want to second that?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. All right, so now we jump over, and Jessica, why don't you pick up from there?
We got to vote on this.
Oh, sorry, yes, there is that. All right, so moved by Damon, seconded by Jim. Why don't we do a roll call vote on that one? Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen? Commissioner Barth? Commissioner
Yes.
Barth?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan?
Aye.
Commissioner Rumsch?
Yes.
Commissioner Murin?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
And Commissioner Parati, yes. 10-0. All right, now let's move to step 2. Commissioner Heineman, you want to pick up?
Sure. Step 2. I move to determine that the building has special significance and value towards maintaining the character of the Dilworth Local Historic District because it is listed as a contributing property in the National Register of Historic Places, because of its year of construction, because of its architectural style, and because its associated history on East Boulevard.
All right, so motion by Commissioner Heineman.
Second by Damon.
Seconded by Damon. All right, roll call. Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan. Commissioner Jordan.
Aye.
Commissioner Rumsch.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
And Commissioner Parati, 10-0. And now we go to step 3, which is to vote on when demolition should occur, keeping in mind that our attorney, Andrea Leslie Fight, has said that it is up to us to determine whether or not we would like to shorten that period. Any conversations, any discussion rather on the matter? If not, do we have a motion? Bueller? Anyone?
Maybe, this is Damon. Maybe we should talk about it unless someone has a motion.
Yeah, no, let's talk about it. Damon, why don't you start?
In general, I just feel that the reason we would try to hold off on keeping this from being demolished was because we'd be hoping that someone else would salvage it. Given that these people own the double lot and that they have plans for it in the future, may suggest that we allow demolition earlier, but it's just against my nature, and I'm sorry I cannot make a motion to allow this to be demolished before 365 days.
Okay, that's fair. All right, any other comments or discussion? Commissioner Heineman?
Hey, I think this warrants further discussion. I do not believe that we have the documentation in place at this point to shorten the stay of demolition, and I would not be able to support that at this point. But I think if there were a change of conditions, the applicant could apply to shorten the stay of demolition. I think what could happen is we would forego the opportunity of salvaging the front elevation if we shortened it at this point, and would be making perhaps an arbitrary decision about what that shortening would be without further information. So in my opinion, it may be possible to shorten the stay of demolition, but it would require a change in circumstances which could be a variety of things, but would need more additional documentation for my support of that.
Okay.
If I may,
Yes,
you
please,
have
Chrissy.
a third option. You can do everything Jessica said, but you can also waive that 90-day waiting period for new construction plans, given the current condition of the structure. And then that would allow those evaluations to occur sooner rather than later, given
Okay.
the condition.
Okay.
Christy, this is Jessica. Thank you. That's extremely helpful.
Okay. All right. So anyone in the mood for a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move to approve the demolition since the building is, let me back up. I move to approve the project with a 365-day stay of demolition on the building due to its special significance and value towards maintaining the character of the district. Receipt of accurate measured drawings of the building to be demolished are required for HDC records before plans for the new construction will be considered by this commission. Due to the condition of the building, we waive the 90-day waiting period to submit new construction plans.
All right. Do I hear a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote on it. Roll call. Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Mehren.
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch.
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan.
Aye.
Commissioner Heineman.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Aye.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. 10-0. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you very much.
All right. We are now moving to our next application, 215 East Worthington Avenue. Hello. All right, so this is for application, an application for outdoor seating area and signage for 215 East Worthington Avenue.
Have you been sworn in, sir?
I have not.
All right, I will do that now. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the project is agenda item number 6, 215 East Worthington Avenue. It's a commercial structure and they are asking for changes to signage and the addition of an outdoor seating area, which would remove front yard parking. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. If you would please state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Okay, Stephen Overcash. I'm at 2010 South Tryon Street.
And we have started with your letter included, and then photos and plans. Or would you like me?
Okay, this is a project that was renovated 8 or 9 years ago for a CrossFit facility. We're really doing very little on the outside. We went for permits last year because the owner wanted to be open by this time. And we knew we were going to do the patio, but some of the drawings don't show it because we had to get it permitted we didn't have time to get the historic approval. So we said, we're going to leave the parking out front for now, get the permit, get started on construction, and then come in front of you. Well, COVID hit, we lost 3 or 4 months. So it's not quite as big of a rush. But what we'd like to do is to get rid of the 6 parking spaces up front that are non-compliant to just about everything else in that area. Do a stamped concrete patio. There's a step-up curb right now, so it would flush out, and we would slope it down to tie into the existing sidewalk on Worthington. We want to add for nighttime, there's some roll-up doors that we're leaving. They're there now. We're leaving the front doors. We want to add 2 poles so that we can do some twinkle lights over the patio. We've got some nighttime renderings. And then we're going to add planters. They're 18 by 48, and they'll define the patio, but it gives us the ability to sort of push them around a little bit and make it, there you go, make it larger or smaller. And they want to add new signage. We did not design the signage. They had a signage company, but we have pictures that they want to paint the background, the blue on the brick, and then the word vintage will be illuminated letters. So it'll look like that at night. But I thought that was kind of neat. We didn't come up with it, but I sort of like painting a mural on the building and then just having the letters light up. They want one more sign on the left side, which will, it was requested that we save the pole by the historic committee and use it, so they are. There's a picture of that. And there's one sign on the side that faces South Boulevard that they would also like to install. And that's pretty much it.
Okay. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? Nope. All right. Questions of Mr. Overcash, commissioners? Anyone? We have all the information we need, yes?
This is Damon. Would you describe the planters a little better or a little more thorough?
It's a group, I think it's called Green Screen. All the planters are they would be white, 18 inches by 4 feet. And then the screen is inside the planter, and we can have growies and flowers growing up on it. But it just gives you that little bit of privacy. If somebody's walking down the street, they don't really know who's smoking a cigar behind the screen.
Do you have a picture of one that, an actual picture of one rather than a drawing?
There's a whole, are there more pictures in there?
No.
I was told that if we did planters, that we wouldn't, that they're movable, that we wouldn't really have much say so from this committee, but maybe I was wrong. They're very nice.
Well,
plain.
So my concern is that along the plaza, they created a bike lane, which is fine, works really well. But what they did was they created the separation between the traffic and the bike lane with planters that look like something that belongs. First of all, they're plastic, so they don't even look like they belong on a highway. But they look very temporary. And this is the front of your building, and so that's my concern. That's why I wanted to see what.
They are clean and crisp. There's really no ornamentation. We want the plants to be the focal, not the planter. And there is a drawing on the site plan that shows we're not going to, we're entitled to our 8 feet of green, 8 foot of sidewalk, and then we were going to start in that setback. So we're not going to out in the street. We're not going to push them on the sidewalk. And they will be, there you go. They're confined. This is
Mr. Overcash, when you step away from the microphone, the people at home can't see you or hear you, sorry. So maybe with your pointer.
Oh, very good. How about that technology?
Would you repeat what you said?
I'm sorry. What I said was that the planters would be positioned beyond the 16-foot setback from the edge of curb on Worthington. And we have two places that we would leave open to exit and to go into.
Right. So my question is more of what they look like. I know that you want to be able to move them, but an example of on 7th Street at the corner of 7th and Pecan, which is not in the district, but the Starbucks there and the restaurant at the corner put in a more permanent looking kind of barrier that separated the sidewalk from that space, and which looks more friendly to the land, to the streetscape, where I just don't know what these look like. So
Okay, let's go to the rendering. The rendering it tells you exactly what they look like. Go back to the rendering.
Okay, thank you.
And they're exactly, this was copied from the sales brochure.
Okay, you answered my question. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, commissioners? Before we close for deliberation? All right, so let's close for deliberation. Thoughts? Damon, you want to kick it off? You had some questions. What are your thoughts about the planters?
Hey, well, I think I expressed them already. First of all, I saw the drawing, but I really don't know what they look like. My concern is that they look temporary, and this is the front of their building, and so I think it needs to present to the streetscape as something a little more permanent. But that's as far as I go, and I don't really quite understand the sign. The letter is not painted on. Is it lighting inside a painted frame? And then I just wanted to check in with our sign ordinance to see our sign in our guidelines to kind of follow that it's appropriate to our guidelines.
Sure. So we're closed, but Mr. Overcash
Right,
say
right.
yes.
Yes.
Okay. Any other thought?
Can I address?
Yeah, please.
Hi, Damon. So the reason the signage is before you is because our guidelines are very minimal for signage, and it exceeds all guidelines because this is a commercial building, and our current signage was really geared towards the residential style architecture on East Boulevard and limited the signage. So this is a lot like the Yumi Bistro that came to you, I guess, about a year ago for signage, because it just exceeds what staff can do. So the one piece of signage is on the screen right now. This is a historic sign pole, and a former commission was very firm that this sign pole needed to stay. And so staff worked with the applicant and with DOT to make sure that this could stay. And what the previous HDC said in their COA and their approval was that it needed to stay and needed to be used for signage. So just by installing this one sign, that's all staff can approve, is because of the size of this one sign on the pole that's required to stay. So what they're asking for are some additional signage on the front of the building, above the doors, and then also the side of the building as well. Does that help a little bit?
Yes, thank you. My initial reaction is it seems fine. Given what it's relating to, it works. It just is. I'm just used to us being very conservative about the size of signage on a historic in the district.
Yeah, and our guidelines do speak to that. Only one sign per property. Corner lots can have one side per street frontage. But the second sign must be secondary, not to exceed 1.5 square feet in area.
So, I mean, the signs seem, I mean, they do each face the street. They are independent of the one sign that's historic, and that probably should be seen as separate. given its history. I have more concern about planters. I think the signage, and I just want to make sure, I thought I heard the applicant say that how are they lit? Is it a painted sign and that's just a painted sign?
The actual wording vintage is what's lit.
I
don't
see.
know how, is that what you wanted to know, Damon, how it's lit?
No, if it's lit from within, I
Mhm.
think that's a problem. If it's painted and lit with a light, I think that's fine.
Okay. Should we open up to ask that question and then close?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, let's open up to ask.
It is internally lit. We didn't design it. This was given to us by the graphics department of the signage company. Sure. If it can't be internally lit,
Then so be it. Okay, all right. Well,
So
close.
let me, just, I didn't hear that very well.
Open. So it is internally lit. They did not design the signs, so if we need to make changes, then so be it. But it is internally, not eternally, internally lit. Vintage, the word vintage is.
So we used to have language in our guidelines prohibiting that. I don't know if that's still like that or not, but I think that it should be a painted on sign, and if it needs some lighting, lit externally.
that's fine.
Okay, any other questions while it's still open? All right, Commissioner Meeran.
Hey, I think we were talking about the signage package. Agree with Damon's concern with the planners, but this isn't facing two streets, right? The one is facing the back end of Dunkin' Donuts, and if we're making a hierarchy of signs, I think the one on the front of the building needs to be that secondary. If we're really putting the emphasis from our prior colleagues' resolution on how important that pole is out front. Is there any images that we know when this was Jordan Auto Parts or whatever the name of Jordan's dad's when he owned this, like what the signage package looked like then?
No, Christy's saying no, but when we go to our guidelines, it does say one sign per side, if it's a corner lot. If not, it's just the one sign, and it appears we have three.
One side per building or one side per?
One sign per building, but if it's a corner lot, then it's one side per street frontage.
Can I just ask what this is zoned? I know you have to open it up.
We're still open. Do you know, Mr. Over?
So it was O2, but it's now part of the TOD overlay.
So these don't even speak to Todd.
Well, we're going with O2 because that's what it was. And we've
Alright.
not updated our signage guidelines. And TOD is considered a corridor zoning district, which is generally captured there if you look on page 2 of the memo.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
I didn't realize that this wasn't corner. So I don't understand why we would make an exception to the third sign. I understand why we would have the second sign, given that the post is kind of a separate piece and is a historic piece of its own.
Do we still have questions for Mr. Overcash, or should I close it again? Okay, we'll close. So Damon, you don't see the sign on the pole as being a sign, you see it as something separate? And if it's separate, what would you consider it then?
I think it's a piece of history of its own. So whatever happens to that building, I think the building itself needs to have a sign on it to identify what it is. The pole is a piece of architecture of itself, and I think can be seen as a separate piece. So I'm very comfortable with the one sign facing the street, leaving the pole as a separate item. As I said, I'm more concerned about the planters.
Okay, and if we put that in the motion for whoever does it, let's just think about how to justify that with guidelines, okay? Anyone else about the sign want to talk about the sign before we move on to the planters?
I have a question. This may be for Christy, and I'm just seeking some precedent here. When this was a CrossFit or whatever it was called, obviously there are some, the existing pictures show 2 signs over each door. So I don't know if it's necessarily valid or that, brings it into, compliance, or if it's something that we've reviewed in the past. So did we review this when it changed businesses?
I don't know. I really don't. I'm glad to look in our records. My guess would be we did not review the signage, which does happen from time to time, but I can't say that for sure.
So my one comment would be that, I agree with Damon's reasoning that, we need to have one sign on the building, and I appreciate the business owner's desire to draw in prospective clients and what have you. I do think putting a sign out on that pole does give them, focus towards the direction and gives them an additional signing that may be a way or a reason to say that we should probably omit the second sign.
Okay. Anyone else? All right, let's move to planters. Damon, you want to restate your thoughts on planters?
I think they detract from the historic streetscape, and I would like to see something, if there's going to do that, something more permanent that looks like it's part of the scheme.
Okay. Anyone agree with that? Disagree with that? Have a different take on that?
I do. I think that they are not insubstantial elements. I wish we had a photograph of what one actually looks like rather than the line drawing, because I do think that the line drawings don't do justice to what the heft of these things is. And I think the green screen and that sort of is a very reasonable solution. My concern for the green screen is that it's going to have some kind of plant grow up on it that's going to be seasonal in the wintertime, which isn't a very long or difficult time for us to be here, but a lot of people are going to be sitting out there in January and December when the weather's plenty nice to be sitting out there, and they're not going to be protected or visually differentiated because the plants will likely not be there. I would like to know what they're going to plant in there, because there are some things that will provide some protection and some visual screening during the winter months, but there's plenty of other things that will provide flowers and stuff like that that will not be there during the cold time. So, but I think as far as them being able to provide the protection and differentiation and separation, I think it's a reasonable solution, because who knows how long whiskey and cigar bars are going to be in vogue, and it might go back to being an auto parts store, and those things could be taken out and not cause significant difficulty for a redo. To me, it's not part of a historic streetscape, but the reality is this piece of that street is not very historic anyway.
So
I'm okay with the planter. So
Commissioner Hayden's okay with the planters because they're not permanent. Commissioner Rumsch is not, because they're not permanent. So everybody pick a team.
Let me just add one last thing, and that is the concern that the vegetation might die over time. What that would leave you with is the architecture of what's there. And so that I feel that the architecture that's there, which are these temporary pieces, won't stand up on their own. Whereas if it was something permanent, the structure itself would have its own value. and wouldn't need to rely only on the vegetation that was put in on. So that's why I think that, I mean, they can be, whether it's a brick planter or whether it's these, they can easily be removed if the usage changes. But vegetation is not permanent, that these pieces would be, I think, should be an architectural piece that complements the building.
Okay. So we have guidelines that speak to the signage. Do we have guidelines? I didn't see that speak to the planters or.
The Secretary of the Interior standards were the reference since they are such an outlier.
Okay. Any thoughts from any of the other commissioners on this, or Commissioner Bonaparte, what are your thoughts?
I have the same concern about the planters, not being able to see an example, and then what Jim just mentioned about the seasonality, that's further cause for concern. So that's where I'm at.
Commissioner Walker?
I have nothing further to add to all that's been said.
Commissioner Mirren?
Sounds good to me.
What part?
Oh, no, Jim, yeah, I'm sorry. No, what everybody's discussing, though, I think this is a great debate, but I side on Jim's side where, you know, having them be there, that can be removed just as easily as they're brought in.
Okay. Commissioner Jordan?
Yeah, I'm with Jim.
Jim? Commissioner Heineman?
I'm with Jim.
All right. Commissioner Barth?
I think these would be fine as almost furniture-like pieces. I sort of disagree with Damon that they need to be permanent fixtures. I would like to see what they look like and what they're going to put in there, though. So I'd probably request that we see that information.
Okay. Well, it sounds like if someone makes a motion, well, so it sounds like we haven't, there's a certain leaning on the planters. What about these signs? I believe 3 signs is too much for this building, particularly when we look at the guidelines.
Agree.
And I don't know how, I get what Commissioner Rumsch is saying about the sign on the pole being something that's a little different than the one on the actual building. I just don't know how we would justify that using the guidelines that we have. Anyone have any thoughts on that?
I think there's been precedent established with the fact that it's been recommended that signposts stay there, and yet there have been other signs allowed on the buildings in the past. So that would seem to me to be precedent that we could hang our hat on. I agree that we need the one that's actually facing a street, and the one on the pole, and the one on the other side of the building, no.
Okay. All right. Anyone disagree with that?
Can I just clarify something? I forget if the applicant mentioned this. Do we know if the sign on the pole, if it's illuminated as well?
I can open it up and ask. I believe he only spoke to the one on the building, but let's confirm. All right, so we're gonna open it up, Mr. Overcash.
We were not planning on running electricity out to that sign.
All right.
Okay. Are they illuminated from the outside at all either?
One on the building was proposed to be, the other one is not.
Okay.
That, Commissioner Barr?
No, the banner sign was not proposed to be illuminated.
Okay. All right, we'll reclose. So anyone in the mood to make a motion? Someone please be in the mood to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to, two-part motion. One, we will approve the light or the sign on the building or on the building that faces the street to be externally lit, not backlit. We approve the light or the sign on the street right, the sign pole that has been considered as a historic element in the property. And that we would ask that they come back with, continue the planters so that we could see a real one, either through photographs or if they wanted a sample, that'd be okay too. But then also have a list of plants that are going to be put in the planters so that we know that we will be ensuring year-round vegetation.
Are you going to speak to the outdoor seating area and the magic lights that will be strung up with the painted steel tubes?
I'm saying we approve those.
Okay.
We approve the paving and we approve the twinkle lights.
Anyone want to second that motion?
Madam Chair, I would ask that the parts which require approval be separated from the parts that require continuance.
Okay,
Okay.
right, so you want to restate?
We'll restate, we will approve one sign on the street facing facade of the building. We will approve the sign on the historic signpost. The sign on the front of the building would be lit externally, not backlit. We are approving the patio area paving, and we are approving the twinkle lights that'll be strung up. And then I'll do another motion for continuance. Is that right, Angela? Yeah. Okay, so that's the motion. Need a second for that.
I would second that, especially the twinkle lights.
Friendly amendment, should we add the dimensions of the sign into your motion? Is that necessary?
As presented.
So the motion made by Commissioner Hayden, seconded by Commissioner Walker, especially the twinkly little lights. Any discussion on the motion? All right, roll call. Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Aye.
Commissioner Heineman?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan?
Aye.
Commissioner Rumsch?
Yes.
Commissioner Mearen?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Walker? Jill?
Yes.
Okay. And Commissioner Parati, yes. 10-0. Okay.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to continue the planters and request that the applicant bring either a sample or multiple photographs of the planter that's being proposed to include the colors that will be used, and then bring a plant list of all the plant material that would be anticipated to be planted in the planters to ensure year-round planting.
Okay. Do we have a second to Commissioner Hayden's motion?
Chris, second.
Which Chris? Was it Mearen or Barth?
Barth.
Commissioner Barth seconded. All right. Any discussion of the motion? Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Mearen?
Yes.
Commissioner Rumsch?
Yes.
Commissioner Jordan?
Aye.
Commissioner Heineman?
Folks, an opportunity to speak.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth? Commissioner Barth?
Sorry. Yes.
I didn't know you seconded, but we need it. All right, Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden?
Yes.
And
Yes.
Commissioner, did I call you Commissioner Bonaparte? I put yes by her name, sorry.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes, 10-0. To continue. Thank you, Mr. Overcash.
Agree. Thank you very much.
All right.
Christie, this gentleman wants to know if he can go back and forth through his slides. He's asking. He wants to click, he wants to use the thing to click back and forth through.
Just asking if it's possible. I don't have to have it.
Yeah.
How would that work?
How did you get COVID? I ate cookies off the floor. Panera cookies. What kind? Panera. Oh, well, then it makes sense. Wow. I think you should give up your cookie.
Yes. This seems fine. I have not.
All right, well, do that now. All right, Mr. Lapointe, do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
The next application is 1424 Euclid Avenue. This is an addition, and you saw this at a workshop back in, I believe, was it January, maybe?
That sounds right. Yes.
Yeah, January. And so they're back and they have their plans for their addition. They've made some tweaks, and at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. Brian, if you would just state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Okay, my name is Brian Lapointe from Brian G. Lapointe Architect from 1160 Market Street in Fort Mill. I'm representing the homeowners Joya and Stefano Pavesi. Their home is a one-story colonial revival painted brick, with the exception of a couple of gables on the house that are kind of a decayed stucco. Everything is brick around the house. It's a 2,300 square foot, one-story home, but it has a very nice volume of attic that the homeowners are looking to create a second floor and make use of that space. So we're preserving the roof lines across the front of the house, and there are a handful of things that we're proposing to do for your consideration today. As we enlarge or create this space on the second floor, we are looking to add a little volume in order to meet their functional needs upstairs. One of the things you'll see as evidence here on that top drawing is we're introducing a couple of new forms on the back of the house, which are well behind the existing roof line. So you're looking at the left side of the house, and here's a front view. About 24 feet behind that existing roof line and about 3 feet taller, we're proposing a gable form. And in between that and the existing gable that you see on the right side of that drawing is an infill with a shed roof. We're going to maintain the existing front to back ridge line here. So I understand you'll always have a concern about how tall things are relative to the street face of the house, but what we want to emphasize is that that higher roof line is in the distance. In addition to doing that, it's a symmetrical situation on the right and left side of the house so that they look, they match with those same elements on both sides. We also want to introduce a couple of small dormers on the front of the house, trying to incorporate an element that's consistent with the colonial revival style, and borrowing from details on the roof, the fascia and eave of that dormer that are found elsewhere on the house. But that is to introduce some daylight to the bedrooms that we want to put behind them. And we're aligning that with the windows down below because there is this dominant symmetry along the front of the house that we want to maintain. On the left side of the house there, you'll see that there's a small mudroom wing on the side of the house right now, where what we propose to do is to raise the roof line here because it's kind of a low ceiling line within that space, and it's kind of an eccentric roof form on the house right now. But what we would like to do is extend that roof toward the rear and create a covered side porch entry into the back of the house because there's a detached garage back on that end of the site. Then we're also introducing a couple of new materials. As I said, it's painted brick all the way around the house, and we would propose a cement board artisan style. So it's kind of a thick shiplap, or excuse me, lap siding on these secondary forms. We're also introducing a standing seam metal roof in black color at this infill shed roof area, and the low-lying porch roof across the back. Again, not visible at all from the street. And I think emphasizing that these are secondary forms as compared to the original brick of the house. Lastly, we're proposing to change out the windows on the house using a clad aluminum wood window with simulated divided light and grills between the glass, black sash that matches the existing black sash, and we're not looking to change any of the muntin patterns on the house, so they'll be identical replacements. In a couple of spaces, we have to modify the window sizes, like for these bedrooms right here, for egress purposes, so they're a little bit taller than the existing windows. And then around the other sides of the house, where this being the rear elevation, we are adding some larger windows to take advantage of the backyard views. There you'll see the back of the dormer form as well. So those are the elements that we're proposing to change on the project, to introduce. And I think that concludes my presentation.
All right. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? No? All right. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
This is Damon. I have two questions. One is on the, I think it's the left elevation. Yeah, the left elevation. Where you extended the shed roof on the back that wraps around for the porch, the gable, the existing gable used to come down to the roof and now is kind of truncated a little higher, looks a little lopsided, and I was just concerned about that. And so just an explanation of it, there might be another way to terminate the roof. And the other thing is on the rear elevation, and this is a really small thing, the foundation vents don't seem to line up with the with the windows. And I was just curious as to why that was, and if you'd consider lining the one that's between the windows, maybe underneath one of the other windows.
So looking at the rear elevation here, is this where you're referring to the foundation vents?
I think I can't see what you're pointing to. If so there's a middle twin window, and to the right of it there's a vent that's centered under the window to the right, but I think the foundation, I think what I'm reading is foundation vents. There's one to the left of that center window that kind of doesn't quite make it between the two windows.
Yeah, it's simply remaining in the existing location. I think that those are in fact windows that serve an existing partial basement space underneath there.
Oh, okay.
They could be.
So, and as I said, this was a little observation. If there was I mean, it's probably better to leave existing brick alone than to center it.
I'd say in that case, we had not given any thought to those basement vent windows, but we could if it's an element that you'd prefer to see addressed.
I think if it's existing and it's in existing brick, then leave the existing material alone. I was curious.
And as
but the left
on the right, I think you were talking about perhaps this new roof that covers the proposed back porch.
Yes, on the left side elevation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you pointing out that there's is this where you say this appears kind of truncated?
Here again, I can't see where you're pointing, but
okay.
There's in the little shed dormer above, there's a little window, and it sits right above where that rake comes down onto the shed roof below.
Yeah. Mouse pointer. Okay. The area you're talking about, Mr. Rumsch, certainly was studied several different ways, and I arrived at this one as the cleanest solution. I think that could become more of a hip corner on the lower roof and allow the main rake to run further downhill and maybe clean that detail up a little bit.
And it is part of the existing original house, and so that's another reason why I think it's important. But that'd be great if you could work through that.
All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have one question. So on the left elevation, you're making, on the second story, on the gable end, you're making the second story windows larger because they don't meet egress requirements? Are you saying that the original windows, if we look at the left elevation, the original house?
Yes.
The second story, gable end, are you saying that the size of those windows don't meet code for egress?
Correct. They're too short. They have the right width, but they're too short.
Okay.
I think I'm enlarging them by about 8 inches in order to make them work and remain double hung.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right.
May I ask on that issue, would it be a reasonable solution to use a casement window there that simulates the look of a double hung? Because it could be the same size? Or would that be a little too?
We've approved that in the past.
Any other questions? Commissioner Barth?
Sorry, I forgot to lower my hand from before.
Okay, well, I'll skip over to Commissioner Heineman. Jessica, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can, yes.
Can you hear me now? Okay. One of my questions was about the windows in the existing gable ends and the change in size, and I was going to request that they be changed to casements. So thank you for bringing that up. I think that's a great solution to keep the existing rough openings and choose a casement that appears to be a double hung by the divided light pattern. We've typically approved that in the past. The other windows that are existing, you're working with the existing windows, correct? You're not suggesting replacements for those?
We would prefer to replace the windows on the house if we can.
They want to replace all the windows.
They are.
Okay, that was my understanding. And then talk to me about the intersection of the metal roofs with the shingle roofs, because in the past when we've approved metal roofs, it's been location sensitive.
So right at the midsection of the house there is the proposed area for metal roof, which is really driven only by the 2 to 12 slope that we have to have right there. Of course, the whole point being to maintain the existing front to back ridge line on the house, so we don't want to go any higher than that. And so so the area of metal roof is really just above that small window in the center portion of the house. And it is also along the lower roof form. But that is a slope that would allow us to change to a shingle if you had a preference for something other than standing seam metal.
And on the front dormers, is that standing seam metal, it appears to be?
It is standing seam metal, yes.
Okay. And then on the rear elevation, the load-bearing walls on the sides of the higher ridge line, the new bridge over there, they're coplanar with the existing walls below. Is that correct?
Could you repeat the question?
So if I'm looking at the rear elevation and the new ridge line that comes across the top, the left and right side walls, those are bearing directly through on the brick walls below, correct? Yes.
They are, in fact, about 3 feet inset from that back wall.
From the side walls, actually, is the question.
Oh, yes, they are. They're in alignment with the existing gable ends on the front of the house.
Okay, thanks. I think that covers my question. Thanks.
I have a question on the proposed rear elevation side. The shed dormer here seems to stop on the right side, seems to stop here, and then on the left side, it seems to go all the way down. Can you explain this, please?
On the left side, there is no, this particular piece of roof is actually in the distance, an existing piece of roof further down the left side of the house. So if you see it, seeing that piece of hip right there that exists. The only thing that is happening, in this area is that we are adding this return here, which is a common detail elsewhere on the front of the house. And then in that same alignment, we're just kind of extruding that out to create this hip roof over the porch.
Okay. All right.
So that's the difference, is that on the right, or excuse me, on the left side of the house, it stretches out over the patio.
Any other questions for Mr. Lapointe? All right. Well, why don't we close for deliberation? Thoughts, comments, questions? We can start with the proposal. Why don't we start with the 2 small dormers on the front elevation? Anyone have challenges with that, or are you good with it?
I'm not quite sure yet about the change in muntin pattern from the 6/1 or more traditional, orthogonal grills to the cross patterns. I mean, I don't know if anybody else has a strong opinion. It's sort of.
I agree with you, Chris.
I think typically our guidelines, request that add-ons to building sort of complement the existing features. Otherwise, I think it's a fine, it's a way to give them a little more daylight upstairs. It's an easily removable feature on the front facade, and it's not too visually impactful. It's not a dominant feature.
Okay.
This is Jessica. Does anyone have any questions about the metal roof on those dormers? In the past, if it's a part of the primary roof form, which is shingle, we've requested that they be shingle as well.
I'm not comfortable with that as a roof material on the front of the building.
I'm with you. All right, so the window pattern, the metal roofs, we're not comfortable with, but we're okay with the fact that the dormers are there, correct?
I am. This is Damon.
Okay. Well, why don't we move on to the next part of their application, which is the rear addition.
I just want to say this is really nicely, I feel that this is really nicely done. It allows you to see the existing house that was there, but it also complements the house nicely without creating any large facades that are just blank walls, or I just think it just complements the existing house really well. The few items that were mentioned, I think would improve it, but I think this is really a nicely done addition.
Okay. Damon, you want to point out some of the things that we mentioned that might show up in a motion, just so that.
Well, the metal roofs, the mullion patterns on the windows at the back addition, and on the dormer. I think there may be a way to reconcile the way that that gable, the left side of that gable on the left side elevation meets the shed roof. So I would just encourage. I don't think it's a game. I don't think it's something that would stop me from improving it. But I think it's something that could probably be worked out in the nicer detail.
Okay. Right. Any other comments about the rear addition, or about, the rear addition?
This is Jessica. I feel like hierarchy of the, well, let me start with the 2 and 12 roof at the middle is not going to be visible from anywhere. I'm perfectly fine with whatever roofing material they decide to use there to make it work. I think a metal or a rolled roofing would be the right choice in that location, and I just think it won't be visible from anywhere. The roof that's wrapping around the sides and over that sort of utility entrance in the back, I think I might be open to that one being metal. It does tie into the shingle roofs at both of its termination points, which is something we typically don't approve. And so that would be my question about that. But where the ridge is raised, that element of the massing feels a little bit heavy to me. And I'm trying to figure out what it is about the massing that feels heavy. Because fundamentally, I agree with Damon that I think that this design is so respectful of the original house.
Is it the shed dormer that's connecting them, Jessica, or?
No, I don't think that bothers me. It's almost like I just, you know, it's defining the space over the master bathroom and the master closet. And it just feels like if it could be dropped a foot, and if it's rake eave termination was dropped a little bit lower than that shed connection, it might feel just a little cozier. And on the right side elevation, if it could be just dropped in from the wall. On the left side elevation, we have that wraparound roof that helps navigate the mass of it, but it's on the right side elevation that there's nothing that helps mediate the mass of that. So it just feels like it just feels like it needs to be dropped down a foot and pushed back a foot on this elevation. But there's of course a domino effect of that, because that affects how it ties into the shed between the old roof and the new one. But it feels the massing of that element feels heavy to me on both sides, but particularly on the right side. But I do qualify that by saying that I think it's a thoughtful project that respects the original house.
Right.
And also, I'm okay with the cross arrangement on the doors and windows on the addition. I think that's a nice way of differentiating it.
Say that one more time, Jessica, please.
On the new parts of the project, I'm totally okay with the cross divided light elements. I think it's a nice differentiation.
Okay. What about you, Commissioner Barth?
I mean, I like it. I'm just, as it relates to the guidelines, I'm wondering if there's anything that would speak to a reason not to do it. I think it does provide some hierarchy to, the old and the new, and what's above and the historic piece below. I mean, I could go either way, so I don't know that I'd go one way or the other in a strong, opinion.
Okay. Any other thoughts or comments on the rear addition? Well, then why don't we move on to probably my biggest issue with the project, which is replacing all the windows. Our guidelines clearly they clearly guard against it. They don't want us to, where the historic windows are part of the distinctive characteristic of the house, particularly on the front facade and anything that you can see from the street, which is my personal challenge actually with the windows. I think you pointed out, Damon, please forgive me if it wasn't you, but saying that they could be casement windows that were made to look like double hung. It was you or Jessica. Could you all speak to that, please?
Well, I think it was Jessica, but I agreed. The existing windows, without giving us a reason for why they needed to be replaced, which I can't imagine what that reason might be, I would think that would be something that would not be approved in this application.
What say you, Commissioner Murin? What do you think?
I'm not sure about it. I'm not feeling strongly one way or the other. I think we're having very good dialogue about it. But this is the one point where I really wish I had my book in front of me to page through it. So I will say that. Yeah, that's all I got for now.
Yeah,
Can I ask a question?
please.
Yeah, this is Jill. I was just looking through. I can't remember ever seeing or reading anything about the permeability of the backyard, given the addition. It seems to be mostly concrete.
Okay. Well, then let's note that, Jill.
I don't think they're adding much impervious area. This is to me this is a pop-up addition, maybe a little bit down the side, but
Yeah, I'm with Chris. They're fundamentally not really changing the footprint of it, so it's an existing condition.
Okay. I think we've gone through the proposal. Am I missing anything, you guys, that we need to talk about? Because yes, Commissioner Haynes? Anyone have any thoughts?
The thickness of the composite siding, we haven't discussed the thickness of the siding.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, I mean, the applicant mentioned Hardy Artisan in the beginning, so we just need to make sure it's updated to say Hardy Artisan. But back to the windows, I mean, there's no evidence included in our packet that shows that the windows are beyond repair. So really, we don't have enough information to weigh in on whether or not we support replacing the windows. They look like they're in good condition as well. However, something we need to talk about is the window on the second floor. How do we feel about making an exception and replacing those with casement windows to support egress?
So that would be the reason, because we don't really, the internal floor plan isn't within our purview, and we typically don't make exceptions, especially when it comes to windows that can be seen from the street.
This is one that we've approved so often, though, in an effort to preserve the existing rough openings and to adapt to what's the mission statement say on the first place? Adapt to the demands of, so that they can use this space and not increase the footprint and not increase the nonconformity. I think it's something we approve all the time. I'm perfectly okay with swapping those out with casements, and that's something that SHPO has approved for me often as well.
Okay.
And I'm Damon, so I agree with that 100%.
I just don't remember that coming up very often, but thank you.
Commissioner Bonaparte, any thoughts you want to add?
I'm sorry. No, I just agree with the window piece that we don't have enough information. So I think we wouldn't want to approve that part of the application. Everything else looks good to me.
Okay. I don't want to belabor the point, but Jessica and Damon, could you just speak a little more to the windows on the second floor?
Okay, so in our mission statement, one of our number 4 in our mission statement says to manage change and make these houses more viable to live in as we move forward. And so in order to make the upper area a bedroom, code requires an egress. And because there's no visual impact to the space, to the facade, by changing those to casement windows that appear to be double hungs, it allows the space to be used functionally under the new codes, and doesn't impact the streetscape. So that's why I feel that this is kind of a no-brainer for me.
So, but they are enlarging the space in our section.
No,
No,
There-
the purpose of using the casement is to use the existing opening.
Right.
And I think what we push up against is if this application is not suggesting a change to the roof line or the ridge of the historic structure, which they're not, they're working with it, right? Us demanding that they keep the historic windows in that location, knowing that it does not meet code and it cannot get a building permit, is fundamentally preventing the property owner from using the structure for the purpose that it was intended, which I think sets a really difficult precedent. I don't think it's defensible, legally defensible. I mean, personally, Andrea could speak to that, but I do know that we very frequently approve the casements in an effort to preserve the original window opening.
Okay, I feel much better about it. We can cite the mission statement number 4, and I feel good about that. Thank you. All right. And I was curious about whether or not we were enlarging them, because the proposal says that that's what we're doing, but in using casement windows, then that wouldn't be necessary. That's what you guys are saying.
Correct. The casement window would be to match the historic size and configuration.
Okay. All right.
I would like to mention on the right elevation, there's another window in a bedroom that is being enlarged. That we'd probably want to look at that one in the same manner. For the record, I don't like casement windows that replicate double hungs. I just don't think they look the same. But that's just my opinion.
Okay. Which
This is Jessica. Chris, I tend to agree with you about that. It feels like a lesser of the two evils.
I see where you're coming from about moving the openings. I mean, it's like, what do you do? So, I mean, what's more important? But it's on the side of the house. It's not a big issue to me.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion about this project? Anything in the proposal that we haven't touched on? Well, then it sounds actually like it's a bit of a continuation, or, I mean, anyone have any thoughts about a motion?
I'm not sure why what are we continuing it? What are you thinking we would be continuing it for? I thought, except for that one gable end coming down on the side.
And you would leave that to staff to handle?
Yeah, I just don't think it's that important. And Jessica probably had some more issues with massing than I did, though. But I feel that this is pretty close.
Okay.
What about roof material?
Jessica I respect Jessica's issue with that, so that's fine. I mean, I kind of like the variation in material, and I like the fact that their respect to the slope isn't just they're trying to do something with the slope with shingles, 212 or make it 312 and raise the ridge. So I kind of like the variation in material, but I understand Jessica's issue and possibly yours. So if that needed to change, I respect that.
And so,
how about on the front, the two front gables?
Here again, it's not objectionable to me, but it's an easy swap if that one can go to shingles.
Yeah, just from my standpoint, on the front, I agree. I mean, everybody's going to see this coming down the street. It does bring more attention to those dormers. Yeah. I'm totally fine with it on the back and sides of the house. You know, it works better on low slope. It works as an accent piece. I think it works on the back, and I'd leave it at that.
I agree, and I think that does abide by the guidelines on roofing material.
I almost have a motion if everyone can help me through the addition part. All right, so I'm gonna run through quasi quick so I can adjust, and then I'm gonna come back and start back at the beginning. So first thing, materials. I want to see Hardy Artisans spelled out. For the windows, Yep, thou shalt not replace windows. We've got a bunch of guidelines on that, 4.14. So don't replace any of the historic windows, with the exception of the windows on the gable ends of the second story. Make those casement windows without altering the size of the window opening, without altering the fenestration. From a dormer perspective, use shingles on the dormers and then a light pattern that complements the 6/1 windows. And then that's where I stop. So first off, before we hit the addition, is there anything else from a materials, windows, or on the dormer perspective that I may have missed?
I may suggest that when you talked about the casements, that you should put in that the casements needs to look like a double hung window. So they'll operate like casements, but look as close as possible to a double hung.
Got it. Okay.
And I think we're
PJ,
okay with the. Right.
Go ahead, Chris.
You're fine. Go ahead, Chris.
I was just going to say, I think, PJ, I think you mentioned that we weren't okay with the change in light pattern. I think, there were some comments from different commissioners that said that was actually
Just for the dormer.
acceptable. I'm sorry?
Just for the dormers
No.
on the front elevation, not for the rear addition.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Rear addition, it gives, differentiation.
Gotcha.
Oh, well, I was thinking that they should go throughout the house, but if that's your feeling, I'm fine with that.
I support it only being on the front elevation, that we stipulate that. I think they're thoughtfully used on the rest of the addition. We never discussed on the right side elevation. There's a new sort of diagonal cross window and event position on the front historic part of the house.
Is that, I don't think that's new though, if I look above, near the chimney. Yeah.
I think it provides a little more articulation on that. I mean, it is a historic piece of the house. If, with the same on the dormers, if you were to put something there, I would want it to be more in keeping with the architectural style of the windows, or do a gable vent, unless that's going into like a room or some space where you need natural light.
It actually looks like it's just roof and storage there, so I don't think that there's a programmatic issue. I think it's just our interpretation of the guidelines in that location that would drive it.
So should we address that in our motion?
I was just putting it on PJ's window discussion because I think we need to make a determination on that one.
I mean, it is a new opening on the original house. It's highly visible, right? Because it's
Near the front.
Yeah, near the front. Thank you.
The other parts of the original house have triangular gable vents at the top. I mean, on a personal level, I love it, but I don't think it's consistent with our guidelines.
Yeah.
All right.
I agree. I agree, meaning we shouldn't have an additional window added on that right elevation.
I think the counter argument would be that occasionally we have allowed the application of details to blend the old and the new, and it is applied in the correct proportion for a gable vent in a gable. That would be the counter argument to me. And I think in the past we've sometimes allowed that.
because it mimics a gable vent.
And because it blends the old and the new effectively.
Do any other commissioners feel strongly about the window?
I believe it's a new opening near the front of the house, so I'm having a hard time with it. If we have a guideline that justifies it, and I mean, maybe we just go back to the mission statement, and that's one thing, but it just feels counter to what we're trying to do.
Let's move on. Let's move on to the addition. I don't have anything in the motion about the addition. I know we talked about the light pattern, differentiating from the light pattern in the original house. There's been some comments about the roof materials on the infill.
And this is a question I have for the architects, the builders. And please help me here. The building science of this shed dormer in the back, where one hits the side roof and one just keeps going, how do you guys feel about that? Is that just kind of normal, or? It seems asymmetrical.
I'm fine with it. You're talking about the application of the metal roof over that sort of utility entrance down to that existing basement?
Right,
and the alignment with the side roof?
I'm talking about the shed dormer, how it comes down to the side roof on one side, and I'm not really sure where it's going on the left side, but they don't end at the same points. They don't appear to end at the same points.
If I'm understanding you correctly, there's the one component that we're looking at in the, I'm looking at a different elevation. In the left side elevation, that's a metal roof that's a lower pitch on the main level of the house that kind of wraps around the corner.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
And that, typically we look at these metal roofs at lower pitches and as standalone elements. And I feel like it's, it does tie into the shingles a little bit on the edges, but I think it's a really effective use of it on the new part of the addition. The continuation to the left side of this image is actually a separate massing component, which is the historic entrance to that basement. And if you go to the rear elevation, Christy,
that's
you can see it in the existing versus proposed. So, they're in close proximity to each other, but they aren't actually a continuation of each other. And I think that the cover over this utilitarian entrance to the basement is just so cleverly done and so nicely blended with this project. So it doesn't bother me at all.
I agree.
Okay. So I think I'm hearing there's no issue. There's no issues or things we need to adjust on the addition.
My concern, this is Jessica. I'm not completely comfortable with the massing on the higher ridge, but I'm perhaps in the minority on that.
Especially as seen from the left elevation. Christy, can you go to the left elevation?
Actually, it's the right side elevation where it worries me more. Typically, we request that those components be held back a foot or two from the main level wall in order for the roof to effectively wrap around the bottom side of them. And the condition is the same structurally, but because of that wraparound roof on the other side, it's accomplishing what we need to. On this side, it's apparent that it's an extrusion of the wall that's coplanar. nearly coplanar, one's brick and one's siding.
So Jessica, I think what you're saying is you'd rather have this read as a dormer on the existing gable roof that this is coming off of. And if you look at the plan, the upstairs there is a master bathroom. I don't think it'd be too much to ask to move that wall back towards the interior of the house a foot or two, just to, maintain that, a little bit of that roof below that to make it more read like a dormer.
I think it would accomplish a lot from a massing perspective. And like I said, on the master closet side, I think that wraparound roof is effectively doing it for us. But on the master bath side, I think that would go a long way towards helping the massing.
Yes. Commissioner Mirren?
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I think, part of it, I go back to the front page that they first showed in perspective. This thing is really back there. But I do agree with the setback for at least that bathroom side. I don't have as big of a problem with the massing, but I think that little push can help a lot.
What do you think, PJ? You want to add that to your motion?
All right. Give that to me again, Chris.
I think Jessica said it a little bit more elegantly, but I will try. Just the idea that the exterior facade of the bathroom with the tub on it, so plan north, is to be behind the general facade or gable of what they're calling bedroom 2 in the bath. So just to try to make a hierarchy as shown on the relationship of master closet to bedroom 1 on plan south.
So you're saying the exterior facade of the bathroom needs to be moved behind bedroom 2?
Is that right, Jessica? Did I hit the main notes?
Could we refer to the
legal
external
compliance
parts
call
of the house
that,
versus the internal parts?
significantly longer than
That the exterior wall of the bathroom along with the, I like the way Chris said it, should step back from the original gable on that side, on the north side.
The tableau report's self-explanatory. I don't have.
In order to allow
the
rear gable roof to wrap around for the appearance of a secondary dormer.
One more time.
Is that better?
No, you lost us.
Okay, let me see. Chris, how did you say it before?
I would just say on the right side elevation, to move the exterior wall of the master bathroom towards the interior of the house to give the appearance of a dormer appendage or something like
staying
that.
on mute in part because
That sounds good to me.
just
It's not coplanar.
meetings in the same office. So,
Correct.
So move exterior wall of the master bathroom. That's where you guys come in. Towards.
Historic district.
Towards the interior of the house, so it does not align with the existing lower level wall.
But kind of like my days, I have
Hey
back-to-back calls. I'm
guys,
not-
somebody's mute is not on and it's distracting. Thank you.
All right. So what you're suggesting, move the exterior wall of the master bathroom in towards the front of the house so it's not coplanar with the first floor.
towards the interior of the house, not the front of the house.
Towards the interior of the house.
Should we give reference to be like the left side of the house, since we're saying the left side elevation is what we're trying to aim for?
Please.
So,
The thing is, it's not a match because it's different conditions. The success of the left side is because there's a different element there. So I think the way we've described it is exactly right.
All right, sounds good.
Sure. Sure. Okay. We're going to open it back up so we can ask Mr. Lapointe, so we can get feedback from Mr. Lapointe.
Thank you. I understand what you're describing, but I just want to point out the implications of the change you're making is that the left side of this rear elevation will not be symmetrical with the right side anymore. And it will likely lose that little window with the small dormer roof. Those will no longer fit. And it will probably, on the right side of the house, it will then move those two planes into the same plane. Right now, there's a, underneath the shed roof, a little bit of wall, and then the gable projects forward. When we push that back, either both of them need to move the same distance or they're going to be in the same plane. So yes, that will grant you that the roof comes downhill in the back, on the back rake of the house and turns the corner and comes across, but it has these other effects that I just want to make sure that's what you want. I don't have
That
it
should
from
be
a plan
essentially-
perspective, but from a massing perspective, those are the side effects that I see happening.
100% and you get
Brian, thank you. That's really helpful. This is Jessica. Would you consider as an alternative, in order to preserve the rear elevation, that the roof extension that's over the triple door on the right side elevation
and then just look at those to see if any
be extended a little bit deeper and go over that window to have the appearance of more roof below the,
But those are, and then
in an effort to keep the master bathroom wall where it is, but to have the appearance of more roof wrapping around?
is
To extend it out over the doors a little further.
Yeah,
so you hit
for,
that.
yeah, for that extension to be a little bit deeper in order to have the appearance of this secondary element.
Just so I understand where you're talking about, are you saying that at the existing fascia and drip line on the right side of the house, I should extend the roof downhill a little further? Create some sort of an eyebrow over those three doors?
Does that make sense? So
It looks like that's what I'm looking at, that it is extended further down over the triple door.
Just come a little bit downhill.
Based on the numbers that you're looking at.
Yeah, and could it just come a little bit further out so that we can reference more roof below this master bathroom?
Okay.
Yes, it could.
I think that
Michael Howard.
I would be just as happy with that solution in an effort to preserve your rear elevation. Chris, how do you feel about
I was just looking at it. I mean, I see a solution for Mr. Lapointe being able to move the shed wall and the gable wall on the second floor back a foot. Take a little bit out of the storage room, take a little bit out of the master shower, that sort of thing. I'd have to see what that looks like, but I think that might be an alternative. What you're talking about, Jessica. I mean, it provides the same effect, if you will, or a similar effect.
Should we be careful about trying to design this because we have plenty of other applications to look at, and I respect our effort, but if there's that big of a problem, maybe we should let this come back
I agree.
Yeah, you're right, Damon. We've crossed the line that we're not supposed to cross.
Yeah, and I was also gonna say, this is at the rear of the house. Are we confident that the way the addition with the roof lines, the walls being coplanar, are you confident that it is incongruous as it stands now? Or are we just, I don't know, sharpening the pencil, if you will?
The people that,
We regularly insist that those walls not be coplanar.
Yep, I agree.
So it sounds like a continuation. So, PJ, do you need a little feedback from
No.
Jessica or Chris or Damon on?
Generally speaking, we're continuing it because we want a restudy of the massing associated with the addition.
Is this, Jessica, this is probably, I think, well, you and Chris have put a lot of energy into this. Is this enough to send it to, for the continuance? Or are you on the fence of this, or how strongly do you feel about this?
we can kind of manage it out, but is that problematic at all, you think, from your perspective?
Chris, I'd love your feedback on that. My goal is to see more roof below the mass of that master bathroom, and I think there's multiple ways to do it, but it's not visible from the street. I'd be okay sending that to staff.
I'd hate to continue it because it's a beautiful project, but I think there are a few things that we need to see reanalyzed. I mean, it's just, just maybe a tweak or two that I think would get me there to giving a full-on approval.
Okay, so continuation it is. And it sounds like it is for the massing, as you said, PJ.
Yeah, with the addition, the massing on the left and right elevations, because on the second story, the walls are coplanar
Yes.
with the first story.
Is that correct, Jessica and Chris?
File that has.
Yes.
I'm a yes that's correct. I do think on the left side elevation, that wrapping metal roof effectively takes care of it. But the fundamental principle is exactly as PJ stated for me.
Okay. PJ, you want to state your motion?
Yeah. All right. I'd like to make a motion to continue this application to restudy the addition in the rear, because on the second story on the left and right elevations, the walls are coplanar.
Jessica, I think, would say that the right elevation is fine with her. It's the left, no, the left elevation is fine with her. It's the right side that's not.
But,
So massing
with the
and,
stains, this is unrelated to this migration, but with the stains and layers.
Jessica, I'll let you say it.
I think PJ said it correctly. It is the massing on both sides. The additional massing on the left side helps with it.
Still have them at his current base. And if you look at
it. And also, we want to see the following changes. Hardy Artisan specified the windows not to be replaced, with the exception of the windows on the original building. In the gable ends, to use casement windows that look like double hung windows without increasing the window opening size, with shingle roof on the dormers in the front, where the light pattern mimics or complements the original windows.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Bonaparte. Any discussion of this motion?
One thing, did we want to remove the window on the existing house on the elevation that we're looking at currently?
Thank you. Thank you. And remove the window on the right elevation that was added on the original house.
But anybody that got a base increase.
And PJ, this is Jessica. Friendly amendment to add no apron trim at the windows that are in siding.
If you want to, you may want.
And no apron trim on the windows that are in siding. Oh, hold on. Did I say it again, Jess? You said add apron trim.
No,
it-
do not.
No,
do
Rita,
not
that
add
this
a
was in,
No.
The windows that are in siding.
it was in the staff comments. We just failed to talk about.
Got it. Accept that.
And did we talk, maybe you mentioned it, PJ, but that we are maintaining all the other original windows? I think you said that.
All windows will not be replaced with the exception of the
Sure.
2 windows, second story, gable ends, use casement that look like double hung without increasing the window opening size. And do not add a new opening on the right elevation to add a window.
Are you still good with that, Commissioner Bonaparte?
I am.
Okay, so we have a motion. It's been seconded. Any further discussion? All right. Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Hayton,
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson, Commissioner Barth,
Aye.
Commissioner Heineman,
Have, but maybe I'm confusing it with the
Aye.
conversation.
Commissioner Jordan, Commissioner Jordan, Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes, 9-0. Thanks, Christy. Thank you, Mr. Lapointe. All right, moving on. Yeah, please.
What's the plan?
Nice to meet you too, Morgan. Here's your pointer. Where's Chrissy sitting on the other?
Yeah, she's over there.
Time to push to talk.
Yeah,
When I talk into this, I
pretty
can
much
push to talk.
24/7. Yeah, I mean, this is an outing for me.
Where'd everybody go?
Yeah, I don't hear the folks uptown.
Christy, can you hear us? We cannot hear you.
I can hear you now, Christy. It sounded like everybody just disappeared.
I can't
This
hear
is-
anybody.
This is Candace,
Oh,
everyone.
sorry.
Chris, hi. Christy, can you hear us?
Hear you.
Yes.
Okay, we weren't hearing anything from the room, so we were concerned. Thank you.
We're taking a 5-minute break.
I think they're all on break.
Okay.
They hear us.
They got it.
We didn't hear you guys say that in the other room, so I don't know if that went through. Yeah.
Wait, is it actually a break? Can I go get water?
You now have 2 minutes.
Are we ending at 7?
Jill, I don't know, but I will find out for you.
Was everyone here last year in April when my project last year? So
Yeah.
Is Andrea available? Andrea, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for you. I think it is of zero consequence. I got assigned moderation for the next application, and I noticed when I was studying it that one of my personal projects was referenced in the application, but I've had no communication with the applicant whatsoever on their project, and I do not see a conflict of interest.
If you will just document that on the record, and Christy just stepped out of the room, and I will confer with her about that. But so long as the applicant doesn't raise a specific objection to that, I see no problem.
Sure. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I just wanted to confirm, is this meeting ending at 7?
Commissioner Walker, we will be going back on the record in just a second about that. We're still live on YouTube, so we want to just ensure that everything is documented on the record. But we'll be addressing that in just one moment, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. See here. Ms. McGran,
Yes.
do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Do I need to push this when I say that? Okay, perfect. Jill, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good, thank you. Okay, so our next application is agenda item number 8. And before I get started with that, the chairman has informed me, or the chairwoman, I'm sorry, has informed me that this is the last case we're hearing this evening. And we will be concluding the meeting when this case is finished. The rest of the cases on the agenda, I am looking to hold a special called meeting at the end of July. I've already conferred with a number of commissioners, but the rest of you commissioners, I will be in touch tomorrow about dates so that we can let our applicants know by the end of this week when that meeting date is. And that's just a heads up for everybody. And I know this is a new format and we haven't met since March, but we are committed to getting through this July agenda in July. So thank you. Now, we have seen this project before, and there's the strangest thing is they found a pocket of granite, I believe it is, in the rear yard. And no one, what?
Graphite.
Graphite, sorry, graphite
A
in
bunch
the
of
rear yard.
pencils.
And no one else on the block has run into this. And they've done rear additions and other additions. It seems to be specific, unfortunately, to this lot. And so the original plans for a rear addition can't be done without significant excavation and just aren't feasible given the topography. So I have worked with the applicant very closely over the past 3 months on alternatives for an addition. And that's what you see here today. And I'm going to turn this over to Morgan and she can explain more about the site situation and her talks with engineers and what needs to happen, even just to build the proposal that is in front of you today. Morgan?
Thanks, Christy.
Have you
and
stated your name and your address for the court reporter?
I have not. My name
Okay.
is Morgan McGran, and my address is 1751 Merriman Ave, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
So Morgan, you just start wherever, if you want the mouse, you can
Yeah.
have that.
Perfect. So yeah, we had the approved addition from last year in April. So hello again, everyone, and everyone virtually. Good to see you again. And thank you for having the meeting. I appreciate it. Basically, we had gone through and done all the foundation work that needed to be done and had started the excavation last year in December. Once rainy season had kind of ended, we were able to start. And we made it almost all the way through to my house, where you see we're about 18 inches from the foundation and we hit this rock. And my contractors, thankfully, were very uncomfortable with the situation, and we had to bring out my original engineer and a geotechnical engineer and go through options. And so I was given a slew of options, and basically the one you see here is to redo my foundation and to no longer have that basement as I had planned. So the other option was to go up a level. And so this is a 2-story addition. And we took a lot of inspiration from the house across the street, which Christy, I don't remember the exact address, but I know it's on my PowerPoint. So we took a lot of inspiration from that and something that had been approved and was a similar looking house and tried to make it fit within my plans.
Would you like to show that house?
Oh, we can go in order either way.
It's 1716 Merriman.
1716 Merriman is the house and it just finished getting remodeled like a couple months ago. So it was just recently approved. So this is the pictures of the rock and the rock beneath my foundation, how close it is to the house. And Christy and I, thank you, Christy, for your support. And my architect and my engineer did multiple renditions of how we could fit what we had originally planned into a 2-story addition that still kept the original character and charm of my house within the historic guidelines. And so this is just Christy, we had some sketches drawn and how can we make this work, taking inspiration from some of my neighbors' houses to try and make it historic but fit within the plans. And so we looked at multiple options. This was one house that I absolutely loved, but it just, the ridge lines weren't going to work because they had a higher original ridge line than mine. And so basically, I consulted 3 engineers, I consulted 3 architects, sorry, and 2 other engineers. And then with Christy's help, we ended on this final rendition, which is on. And this is my original house and what it looks like from the original. And so this is where we ended up, the front elevation. This is changing the ridge line. Now because you can see that we're basically keeping everything the same in the front, just adding in the ridge line, and that that side to the right of my existing house is actually there right now. There's just no railing, so that railing needs to be added for code, so that's why that's there. And then this is the existing left side and the proposed left side. So it would be increasing the ridge line, but keeping on the left side of the house the original roof structure so that you can see the original historic feature of the house, and then putting a side porch behind it so you can really see where that house originally was, and then doing an addition off the back with the dormers. And then the rear addition, which basically looks very similar to what was approved last year, but now I have dormers and it's obviously a higher elevation. And then on the right side, adding in and you can't really see it here, but there's an existing fence behind that second window right there. And then having there be a walkout in that back room. And then basically what I did last year, just keeping the integrity of the windows, the molding, matching everything to the existing house. And then on the back, I want to continue the same type of molding on my front porch on my back side porch. And then same with this, just continuing the historic details of the house. So that's the original to the proposed. This is just blown up pictures of Morgan, this is, and Commission, this is the original approval for the rear addition. House. And then this was the house, Morgan, that you referenced earlier. Yeah. 1716 Merriman. Pretty much the same thing. Rear elevation. Side. And they basically did the same thing. I just wanted to point out, they kept one side with the original ridge and one side they changed it. And so that's kind of where we got that inspiration from with my architect and how to make all the windows work and look cohesive. After pictures, and you can, it's a tight lot, so you can see that secondary ridge right here. That's it.
Okay. Anyone here to speak for or against this application?
We have one new caller on the phone.
Okay.
Okay. Candace, go ahead and take the caller off of mute, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Caller, what's your name?
Hi, my name is Patricia Acosta. I'm one of the neighbors from near Morgan on Merriman Street.
Patricia Acosta?
Yes.
Okay, Patricia, I just want to swear you in. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I affirm.
Okay, thank you. Please share your testimony.
Yeah, I was just calling in support of the proposal. I think that it will improve the street and will maintain the historic charm, so I'm in favor.
Okay, say it one more time and speak up and clearly, Ms. Acosta. Our court reporter wants to document what you're saying.
Okay, so I'm calling in favor of the proposal. I think the plans as is will improve the street and will maintain the historic charm of the neighborhood.
Thank you. Is that it?
That is it.
Perfect. Thank you so much for calling in.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anyone else speaking for or against this? Okay. Commissioners, there are questions. Commissioner Heineman.
Hi, I just needed to mention, because I spoke to Andrea on the break just before now, I do not have a conflict of interest on this project, but on page 7 of this application, there's a photograph of a project of mine and a reference to consulting architects, and I just needed to go on record that the applicant and I have not had any conversations about their project, and I do not perceive any conflict of interest unless anyone else does.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Heineman. All right, any other questions by the commissioners for the applicant? Are we good? Do we?
Madam Chairwoman, may I ask Ms. McGran for the record, does she have any objection to Commissioner Heineman serving on today's?
No
case?
objection.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Commissioners, I know we're on the last leg, but anyone, while we're open, speak up and often. Commissioner Heineman.
I've reviewed this application in great detail, and I find that it is not incongruous with the district. And I think it complies with all of our guidelines.
Okay. Thank you, Jessica. Any other thoughts, comments, questions?
Morgan, approximately, what was the square footage on the addition that was originally approved versus on?
So, to be honest, I don't know the difference, but there is a couple hundred square feet difference from this one to the other one.
Just thinking, reference 1716 Merriman, I think that's got a 3 ridge. Another house.
I can't hear PJ.
Commissioner Henningsen, use your mic, please.
Sorry. I think the subject property you referenced has got a 3 feet increase in ridge height. I think there's another house that Mr. Darius Johnson designed that's nearby that has a 2-foot increase in ridge. Yours is 4 foot, right? 4 foot in change?
It was 4 foot exact, I believe.
4 foot exact? Is there anything preventing that ridge line from being a little lower?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about.
That's what Christy and I went over in detail.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this, the Sessa Wash, the Darius project here is on the screen. And I know Morgan looked at that in depth, and you can see from her design process, you know, we worked on this so much. It started out as an increase of 6 or 7 feet and has been back down. Again, it's up to the commission, but I do think this, as stated in my memo, the topography and the challenges with the specific site might lend itself to a little more increase than you would otherwise allow.
Which we would put in our motion.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you, PJ. Any other questions? All right, we'll close for deliberation. Jessica, you want to kick it off since you were referenced in the proposal and you've spoken to the House?
She's the lead.
And what?
She's the lead for discussion.
And you're the lead for discussion?
And I'm the lead for discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we always approach any increase in the primary ridge height with an abundance of caution. but that we have established sort of a set of standards by which it can become acceptable if the site constraints are such that they demand it. And I do not envy this applicant this site constraint. I've never heard of anything like this, and I've done extensive work in all of these districts. So I certainly think it's a site constraint that throws it into this discussion of a ridge height increase. And while I think 4 is just marginally higher than we typically go, I think this is extremely thoughtfully done and really does meet all of the standards that we have typically required for this condition. The only thing I noted on my drawings was that there were several coplanar conditions, but I think that they are all thoughtfully handled and compliant with the federal guidelines. And the drafted elevations show picture frame molding on the windows, but the applicant has been very clear in their application that all of their window trim will match the existing and has provided documentation of such. So I am 100% comfortable with this application as drawn. I think any details could be handled by staff.
Okay. Thank you, Jessica. All right, Commissioner Mears.
In things that we've looked at like this in the past, haven't we asked the building to kind of step back to kind of show a clear delineation, especially on the front facade of the old and the new? Sometimes it's a foot, sometimes it's more. I definitely want to applaud the detail as well and understand the hardness of trying to find the right answer for the site with the newfound rock. But is that something that we would be looking for in this, so we can still see a delineation from the front street of what was and what now is?
Is it okay if I direct that to you, Christy? Okay.
I am comfortable in this specific instance, given the site constraints and the inability to go back very far due to this pocket of rock. I'm also comfortable because if you look at the left side, you can see the entire house on the left side. The applicant has done a good job with that. And I'm also comfortable because this exact thing was approved just up the street on a similar small house. So yes, the delineation is ideal, but I don't know that it's always required given the specific design of the house and the site constraints.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Mears?
I see it on the side, but I don't see it reflected in the front. I mean, it looks like there's 2 peaks as it steps up, but on the front, I don't see.
It's not.
I'm sorry?
It's not reflected on the front.
Right. Okay. Well, I'm not seeing things then.
What are you not seeing? It's not reflected on the front, just like 1716.
Gotcha. 10-4. All right.
Thank you, Chris.
Can I offer a friendly suggestion?
Please.
And this gets into design, but I just don't want any headaches for the homeowner. They have on the 2 shed dormers that you see on the right, the side elevations, they're breaking the roof line to accommodate a sill height, it appears. I would suggest moving those windows up just slightly and just having the main roof of the addition come into that to create that dormer rather than breaking the pitch of the roof. I mean, this is a constructability thing, so I don't know if it's my place to say, but just something that I would say to the homeowner.
Okay. And you're talking about the left side elevation, just so that we're all looking at the same thing.
Yeah, the left and right elevation, the roof line is broken so that you can get the sill height in there, those windows.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily think that's needed if the windows are moved up, even just slightly.
Okay. Commissioner Heineman?
I was just going to piggyback on Chris's comments, and this is again a buildability issue, but I think the reality is that those windows, and I think this can be handled by staff because they're so far back on the house, but those windows, the sill height has to be a certain distance off the floor for safety in the code. And so just given what we're looking at with it looks like that porch beam is going to have to be a little bit deeper, which I think would look great. And it looks like the sill height on those windows is going to have to ride a little bit higher in order to meet the code to not require these like safety break guards. So I think it's something that can all be handled by staff in the details, which staff has noted in their review of the project. But I think what Chris is talking about as a buildability issue has multiple components to it that I think will come to light during construction documents and that staff is perfectly capable of handling.
Okay. Thank you, Jessica. Commissioner Heineman. All right, any other questions? Commissioner Murin.
Not trying to beat a dead horse, but I think the front elevation is drawn incorrectly because the rear elevation is clearly notching out for the left side of the existing house. And I think we would see that on the front as well. And if that's the truth, then that's great. That makes me feel better about all of this. But right there is a notch that is being shown for the left side. And on the front elevation, there is nothing there. Okay. So would we see that? I mean, if we're seeing it from the rear, I guess we would see it from the front.
Christy?
Yeah, I think that's an easy drawing error. And what I would say is maybe you can say it can go either way, right? Like whatever is found to be the correct version, you can give staff the authority to approve.
Yeah, well, I feel more comfortable if that's the case. If the rear and left elevations, I mean, the rear, by what I'm guessing from the left, is correct, and then the right is going to reflect that. I feel better with that.
Okay.
But I think I'm definitely in the minority on this, so I don't think it matters.
It all matters. Okay. So noted. All right. Any other thoughts, Commissioner Murin or anyone else? Okay. Jessica, you studied this a lot. How do you feel about making a motion on this one?
Sure, I'm comfortable making a motion. I move to approve this application as drawn with the notes that the window and door trim is to match existing as referenced in the photographs in the application, and that if the upper gable on the left side steps back from the primary gable on the left side, that's great, but we're fine with it either way, and staff can work on all of those details.
Okay. Do you have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion?
This is Jessica. Can we have a field trip to see that rock?
There are a lot of pencils we can make over there.
It worked a lot if it was battery grade.
All right, Commissioner Murin, are you good with this, or you still have questions, or what?
No, I think I'm good with it. I wanted to see something in it, and I think it's displayed in two of the elevations. It's just a incongruency in the drawing, so that works.
Okay. All right. So roll call on this one. Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Aye.
Commissioner Heineman.
Aye.
Commissioner Rumsch.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes. 9-0. Congratulations.
Chairwoman, since 15 minutes left,
Sure.
can we hear this case? It's a very little one.
Sure. Okay. Anyone else? Everyone else game?
No.
Yep.
Are we game?
Down, so hopefully I won't be back about the same exact time.
Okay,
Everyone,
thank you.
stay safe.
Yes, he begged me. Thank you. Thank you very much. He's been here a long time. Yeah. This is one of the cases that was consent in May, and y'all wanted to see the whole thing. And I believe, Grayson, have you been sworn in?
Grayson Hawkins.
Have you been sworn in?
No.
Okay.
I do.
Grayson, thank you so much.
Thank you all.
This next application, the commission saw at the May 13th business meeting as a consent item and decided that there were a couple of tweaks that needed to happen, but it was too much to do on a consent item and they want to hear the whole thing. So nothing much has changed. The details and the tweaks have been made by the applicant. It's a corner lot. They're doing a small rear addition. And they have pictures of all four sides of the house, site plan. And I will turn it over to Grayson if you want to explain any of the changes he made and projects. Give a brief overview.
Yeah, happy to.
Okay.
Thank you all for taking the time. This is a 540 square foot addition in the rear yard away from the side street. We're going to match all historic materials and design. I've hired a contractor who has renovated 2 houses in the Wilmore Historic District. And I think it's pretty simple. On the consent agenda, there were some questions about what style of side door is appropriate and then what style of gable window. I've worked with Christy who follow the recommendations, and I believe we have arrived at what is most appropriate. But open to hear any comments from the commission, and happy to make tweaks if that's necessary. But I think we're in a good spot. I really like what Christy's helped with.
Okay. Anyone here to speak for or against this application? No. All right. Commissioners, questions of Grayson? Any questions of Mr. Hawkins? Okay, well, why don't we close for deliberation? Oh, I'm sorry. We'll open back up. Oh, he put his hand down. We'll close. All right. Any thoughts, comments, points of discussion? No.
This is Jessica. I feel like the homeowner's been really responsive to the comments from our last meeting.
Okay. All right. Anyone?
I'm sorry, one quick thing, just because it's staring me in the face. Is he replacing that back door? It looks like it went from a light panel to a standard, like just 6 panel without any windows there.
It's an addition. Yeah.
That whole thing coming back?
No, I don't want to interrupt, but that door will stay the same. I've struggled with my draftsman. The intention is for the door to stay the same. The mudroom, which is that little back expansion that I did about 10 years ago, they're going to run the roof line up and then back down. So what you're seeing on the back will actually stay identical. And then the master expansion will come out from there, if that makes sense.
Sounds good.
I made notes that you're replacing windows.
Yes.
Where are you replacing those?
Go to the side elevation that faces Spruce Street. The 2 existing windows there
have wood rot, and so does the siding.
Mhm.
So in my inspection report, when I purchased the house a year ago, they recommend I do that within a year.
Mhm.
So we're going to replace those using historic materials and wood windows.
Okay. Usually we have to provide proof of that, that the roofs, sorry, that the windows cannot be restored. How do we handle that now, Christy?
I mean, it's like everything else.
Okay, so we'll
So-
need documentation of that.
So, like everything else, you can approve some, require some to come back.
Sure. And if it's just about providing documentation that the windows are, have rotted beyond repair, can Mr. Hawkins, okay, so it has to come before okay. All right. So I believe we'll need documentation for the windows. I know we'll need
Is
documentation.
that in
for
the
the
form
windows.
of an inspection report?
Usually it's like pictures and,
Okay.
and some,
It's like spongy.
so Christy, would an inspection report be sufficient?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I don't think we knew this was part of the application, but staff has plenty of examples of the standard of evidence required for that.
And sometimes chip paint or window glazing that needs to be replaced isn't wood rot, right? It's just part of normal care and maintenance with your windows. So if your paint's chipping or you got some glazing that needs to be fixed, that doesn't mean the whole window needs to be replaced.
Correct. That's how the rest of them are, which I'm keeping. It's just these two that are a big issue.
Okay. All right, anything else? Any other questions, Mr. Hawkins? All right, we'll close for deliberation. We didn't do that, right? Okay. All right, we'll close for deliberation. Anyone itching to make a motion? To Jessica's point, Mr. Hawkins and his team followed instructions, followed our advice. The only thing I would want to see is documentation of the windows being beyond repair, but I think that's it. So
This is Chris. Just a quick question. Can we approve the addition and ask that they come back with documentation on the existing windows?
yeah.
Okay.
I think that would be preferred. Okay,
Make a motion.
thanks, Jill.
I would like to make a motion that we approve this application as presented to us. The applicant has made some nice necessary changes, with the only caveat that the applicant return to staff with documentation to show which windows need replacement and why.
Okay, thank you.
Is that to staff or to the commission?
To the commission.
Oh, I'm sorry, to the commission.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? All right.
Window details to match existing as expressed by the owner and to be reviewed by staff. I would say that, if we could put that in there too.
A friendly amendment by Commissioner Barth. Will you accept?
I accept.
Are you still good with that, Commissioner Hayden? All right. Do you need that restated, Candy? Okay. So Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Hyman.
Aye.
Commissioner Rumsch.
Yes.
Commissioner Murin.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes, 9-0. Thank you so much.
Yeah, appreciate your time. Thanks for staying.
There, okay, you're done. Thank you. Mhm. All right, so former commissioner, the one who taught me everything I know, just reminded me that we have to vote on the minutes. So minutes, I know we all read them. Who would like to make a motion on the minutes? Any changes? I'm sorry, let's go. Okay, just a moment.
So you need to officially call and let applicant know.
Okay. So we are. We are ending the meeting now. We would have to have quorum, so let's see how many of our commissioners can participate. All right, commissioners, we have, just a moment. Laveau, is that it? How did you pronounce your name?
Jennifer Benson.
Jennifer Benson, that's so much easier. All right, we have Jennifer Benson here. Her application is 629 Berkeley Avenue. She really wants to be seen today, so can we stick around to do this one last application? I don't know if you can see her, but her hands are clasped saying, please.
I will say this is also a consent item from the May 13th agenda that you
Okay.
gave clear direction to.
All right, did you hear? So it seems like it might be an easy one, gang. I think we can do it. Can we do it? We can do it. We can do it, right? Anyone who can't do it, speak up, please. All right, we're gonna do it. We're doing it. Okay, thank you so much for your patience and for waiting. Have you been sworn in?
No, not yet.
Okay. So Ms. Benson, do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so this is for application number 10629 Berkeley Avenue in Dilworth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It is the enclosure of a side porch, which was a sunroom, and then an enclosure of a side entry. Jen, take it away.
Great. So thank you so much for squeezing me in. I greatly appreciate it. One of the main reasons that they decided to do this, my client decided to do this project, is their side entry porch is a screen porch right now. They have had 3 break-ins to their car recently. They've reported it to the police, but that door right now is just a screen door. It's not very secure, so they're looking for a double entry door. So that's the side on the driveway side. That is that portion of the project, and the other portion is just a sunroom that is a screen porch now, and they're renovating it to turn it into a sunroom. I know some of the details from each side porch was a little different on the consent item. So I have evened all that up so it lines up. We're not changing any foundations or roof lines. That's all staying the same. And we're going to be putting in windows that match the existing wood windows. And we are going to be leaving the siding that's on the side, the screen porch areas. We were going to change some of that, but I know one of the items you requested is for that to remain. So we will be keeping that right now.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone here to speak for or against this application? All right, no. Commissioners, questions of Ms. Benson? Any questions? If not, we'll close for deliberation. Okay.
I'm sorry, I had a question. I don't think you saw it.
Okay, Commissioner Hyndman, please.
I am just wondering about the distinction between the two doors on the rear elevation. One is in a simulated divided light door, and the other one is a clear glass with no divided light.
We can match those. I believe that was a drafting issue that should have the divided lights in it.
Okay.
Thank you. That'd be great.
Thanks for asking that question, Jessica. Any other questions? All right, let's close for deliberation.
Sorry, I had a question.
Okay, let's open back up. Commissioner Berth?
Are we only, we're only adding new windows to the enclosed screen porch, is correct? We're not replacing windows on the existing building?
Correct. The bottom portion is wall, and then the windows are there as well. But right now, it's mostly screen porch, and we're actually adding wall, not, it's like a wooden frame there now. But we're not replacing any windows right now. We're just adding new.
Okay. Any other questions? Going once, going twice. All right, let's close for deliberation. This side porch the enclosure is reversible. So I feel like it fits within our guidelines.
I would ask one thing. I think this is a perfect example for one of our applicants on how to enclose the side porch. I would ask if they could possibly move the headers up to change, let's see, go to the right side elevation, maybe? Is it the right side? Or that one, yeah. I would ask if we can bring those headers up a little bit just to give a little bit better proportion window. Or possibly go to 2 double hungs per bay. And otherwise, I'm fine with it.
And will you?
Chris, this is Jessica. I have a question for you.
Sure.
And I think I'm okay with whatever your answer is to this question. In the consent agenda, I think we had voiced that we wanted the head of the windows to align with the door, or a taller door to align with the head of the windows. And I think she may have dropped them to align with a standard height door. But I'm kind of okay with whatever your response is to that.
I'm fine with them. I mean, the ones on the right elevation, the light patterns seem a little square to me. I mean, I could live with it.
I went to visit this house and was listed to kind of review it. And I have some real strong opinions about it.
We're here.
So our mission statement, number 1, says to protect the unique and vibrant character of each designated historic neighborhood. So one of the important features of these houses is the public space. And even though this is a side porch, in fact, this is also a part, it is in plane with the front of the house. So it really is the only public, semi-private connection to the streetscape that this house has. And for us to just enclose the front porch is just, or front/side porch, I think is not what the intent of our guidelines would enclose. And so that mission statement also goes on to say that we need to manage change in the neighborhoods. So if you needed to, say that we had to enclose it because we needed the interior space, heated space, there are other options for this house to add heated square footage, going back, possibly going into an attic space. So porch enclosures, retained porches that are critical to defining the design and integral part of the historic district, which is porches 4.8, number 1. And number 4, do not enclose porches on primary elevations, and this is definitely one of those. Number 5, enclosing of side porches is discouraged unless required. And I just don't think this is a required enclosure. So I agree that the way this is being enclosed is very appropriate. But I question the fact that this element on this house is a very important element, and there are other ways to gain square footage if necessary. I'm done.
So maybe I misheard the applicant, but I thought the primary reason for this was a security issue, not just to gain heated space. So I don't know that that matters, Damon, but
Well, the security issue would be part of their house, not the screen porch part. I mean, their safety is their heated square footage is protected from exterior doors. The room is transparent. And I think the driveway, which is the one, and I'm not, the one in the side, the rear, which I think is the one on the driveway side, I have no problem with. It's just this front porch, and there are other ways to secure it.
Any other comments? Okay.
Just for the record, I agree with Damon. And the porch that, as we were told, the security issue is on the other side of the house. It's the smaller door. It's on the driveway side. That's where the security issue is, and I don't have a problem with that like Damon. The one of enclosing the only other porch that's part of the architecture and it's, on the front of the house per se, I think he's right. That's not something we should encourage.
I'm just throwing it out there. There are houses all over Dilworth with enclosed front porches.
You're right, Kim. There is, as a matter of fact, I think the house to the left of this one, or or maybe 2 over, has what I think was once an open porch that was enclosed. But this is really a strong piece of what we're trying to protect, and whether that was enclosed by a different commission under a different set of guidelines, or whether it was just overlooked and allowed, I think that was a mistake. This is probably more important than a lot of the pieces that we've been talking about and spending a lot of time trying to design. This is a fundamental element of this house, and a fundamental and very visible from the streetscape.
Okay. Why don't we take everyone's temperature, see how they're feeling? All right, you've heard what Commissioner Rumsch has had to say. Commissioner Bonaparte, what are your thoughts?
I don't have any right now.
Okay, Commissioner Whittington?
I mean, it would have been nice if these issues came up during the consent agenda. Right, about enclosing the front porch.
Okay, Commissioner Hayden, you shared your thoughts. Commissioner Heineman?
I'm asking this question really sincerely. I think that we've really set a precedent of allowing residents of the districts to enclose these side porches, often when they don't have a front porch. I think the example at Dilworth Road, the recent example at Dilworth Road is a perfect example of that. And I guess I'm just concerned that we be applying the guidelines equitably. But I hear what you're saying, that this is the threshold indoor-outdoor space and the life of the street. Porches are important to these districts. I just don't know that we've applied this guideline in this way in the past. I'm sincerely asking that.
How do you interpret the parts of the guideline that I quoted a different way?
I feel like one way that we collectively have interpreted them in the past is that this is in lieu of adding on to this house. It's adapting an existing space, which is I think historically how we have interpreted number 5 on 4.8. But Damon, I really get what you're saying. I really do.
Commissioner Muir.
I think since both of the enclosures face the rear and none of them address the street as the front porch would, I don't necessarily have a problem with it from what we've been talking around.
Well, the porch that's being closed, it faces the street. It's on the same plane as the front thermal wall.
Yeah, I understand that, but accessing it is from the rear.
Oh, okay.
Just both of them. I understand where you're coming from, but both of them have stairs that are, you approach it from the rear.
Yeah, but the whole point of the porch and having visibility to the street is the communication with that public-private area that connects the house to the street. Anyway, I don't agree with you, but I understand what you're saying.
Okay. Commissioner Walker, what are your thoughts?
Well, quite honestly, this is a tough one for me. I happen to be sitting in an enclosed porch that we turned into interior living space that used to be a screened-in porch back 100 years ago before all the guidelines have changed. This is a really tough decision for me. I'm not sure I have it figured out yet.
My thoughts are that, yes, our mission is to protect the character of the homes. It's also to preserve the distinctive characters of the neighborhoods. And in Dilworth, which is where Commissioner Walker is sitting, which is where the house next to this one is sitting, which is where a number of houses with enclosed porches are sitting, that it's part of the, it seems to be, Damon, and please come back, push back on this. It seems to be part of the character of the neighborhood.
You're saying porch enclosures are part of the character of the neighborhood, ones that face the street?
Of Dilworth, it appears to be.
Well, it's not at all what I've understood our policies to be protecting. So I just don't, it baffles me that when there's so much room to the back and there are so many other options to gain square footage, that the piece of the porch, which is the fundamental identifier of these houses. Yes, some of them have been. Anyway, I'm not sure I'm going to convince anybody. I'm just kind of flabbergasted.
Yeah, you're convincing me. I think that these are things that, you know, we need to be mindful of. So, because I didn't think of it like that. I guess because we've seen so many.
I think the other aspect of this is what, in fact, the guidelines allow us to do in this regard. And while we can discourage, we can't prevent. I don't.
Yeah, and you know what? We've seen a number of painted brick homes too, but that doesn't make it right.
Well, I got a quick question for Damon with this. Since it's front of the front facade, that's what you're saying makes it a front porch?
Yeah, it addresses the street. And it's the connection, it's that public-private connection that the house has to the street, which is when these houses were built, the screen porch was this cool space that was shaded, but it also was a connection with people used the sidewalk. There was a lot of communication. So it's just such a big part of our neighborhood and the houses that we're trying to protect. And as I said, I read several things in our guidelines that kind of address this. It's not just one piece of it. There were 1, 2, 3, 4 different areas.
Well, that's what I definitely understand where you're coming from with that, and advocate, especially in our work, that front porch is on everything because of that. Because you know the statistics are astounding. If you know your neighbor and all that, it's a friendlier place, and that's where I want to live at least. But for me on this, I mean, it's not. If it was halfway back, the site I think would make it an easier argument. But the fact that it's not attached in any way to the front walk or on the side of the driveway. I mean, it really is on an island on it in a plan version. To me, I definitely understand where you're coming, Damon, but.
Look at the picture. Look at the picture of the house, the photograph. It's the front of the house.
Right, but how many, are you gonna walk up, if somebody's out there to talk to them, for this to be a functioning front porch?
No, you can talk.
Across their grass?
You just talk to them. It's open.
Yep. Okay, I got you.
I'm just surprised that this has been such a fundamental part of what we've protected in the past. Even though there are some that have been enclosed, they've always been exceptions of some type or some reason that they need to be enclosed. Why enclose this if you have other options for a square footage? It just doesn't make sense.
So just kind of a comment, I'm looking at section 4 of our guidelines, and I mean, it's clear as mud, right? Do not enclose porches on primary elevations. We discourage enclosures of side porches.
Well, this is a primary elevation. This faces the front.
And that was gonna be my point, Damon. I
Oh,
think
sorry.
If we all agree that the porch on the right elevation, on the right side that porch is part of the primary elevation, then the guidelines are clear. Can't do it. If we're saying no, it's a side porch, well, that's discouraged. That's a different story.
We just saw a site. We just saw a side porch that was set back from the primary elevation, and this one is not like that. So I think, to your point, Damon, and to PJ's point, it is primary. So if it's facing that way and it's not set back, then I see the point you're making.
And the guidelines do provide for that, as PJ pointed out.
And the guidelines do provide for that. All right. We can go back and forth about this all night long, but I don't think anyone wants to do that. So,
I don't know if
Do we want to look at the Dilworth Road East approval that was so recent?
I'm sorry,
Jill, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, Jessica, go ahead.
Do we want to look at the Dilworth Road East approval that was essentially the same thing? Sorry, Jill, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go.
Oh, that's quite all right. I can just say that this porch had to be enclosed for very specific reasons. And if I didn't have to, I wish that we could have kept it a screened-in porch. I did not want to enclose it and don't like it enclosed, just for what that's worth.
Oh, this is Jessica again. I'm totally open to our interpretation evolving on this because I think people have made really good points. I'm not going to support a denial of this one because I am more concerned about equitably applying the guideline as we have in very recent applications, but I would welcome, evolution on our interpretation of this guideline.
Hi, everyone. The mics in the room have died, so please stand by.
Yeah, hi, it's PJ. Can you hear me in the WebEx?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yep.
Got it.
I'm here.
All right. Stand by.
We can hear PJ. Christy, are you still there?
We are experiencing, is it on still? Okay, so we have one mic between all of us. So we either have to call it or we have to make a decision. In just a moment, we have our attorney coming up to instruct me.
We can keep moving forward so long as the commissioners that are in the room can file to this one mic. I believe it's being operated or electronically as opposed to the battery. So hopefully we can keep going. But if we lose sound again, we will have to call the meeting.
Christy, can you hear us? Because I think we've lost you on the mic completely.
There's only one mic.
Okay.
For all of us. And so we are, does anyone feel comfortable making a motion on this case?
Well, I'll be happy to put one forward and see how it goes.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
I move to deny, my denial is just for the front porch, for the front/side porch on the right side. The rest of it is an approval. I approve. Do you want me to make two motions?
Okay, so we'll make two motions. Ms. Leslie Fight is saying that we need to. So if you want to go ahead with your first motion, Damon.
I move to deny the enclosure of the front/side right screen porch, as citing our mission statement on page 1.3, number 1, and our policy on porches, page 4.8, number 1, 4, and 5.
Anyone want to second that? You just throw up your hands or say something if you're virtual. PJ wants to second it. Okay, any discussion? If not, we'll do roll call. Commissioner Bonaparte. Okay, Commissioner Bonaparte's hand is up. Commissioner Hayden. Commissioner Hayden's hand is up. Commissioner Henningsen. Commissioner Henningsen's hand is up. Commissioner Barth,
Aye.
Commissioner Heineman,
Nay.
Commissioner Rumsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Murin,
Nay.
Commissioner Walker,
Nay.
and Commissioner Parati, aye. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for yes and 3 for no. 6 yes, 3 no. So denied. All right, Commissioner Rumsch, you want to move forward with your?
I'd move to approve the balance of this application, that it meets our guidelines on side porch enclosures.
Okay.
I could state, and I could state here again, the mission statement, number 4, which is managing change in our neighborhoods.
Okay. Anyone want to second that? Commissioner Henningsen is seconding the motion. Any discussion of the motion? Okay. Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Aye. Commissioner Murin.
Aye.
Commissioner Rumsch.
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman.
Aye.
Commissioner Barth.
Aye.
Commissioner Henningsen. And yes. Commissioner Hayden. Yes. Commissioner Bonaparte. Yes. Commissioner Parati. Yes. 9-0. All right. Thank you, Ms. Benson. Thank you, Damon. Okay. All right. So we are officially ending the meeting at 7:27 p.m. Thank you all. We're adjourned.
Thanks, Kim. Great job.
At 7:27. All right.
Do we need to vote on the minutes?